Hi, everyone. How is everyone this fine, cold evening? That's a good question, Astra. What are the reasons Sig kept his mouth shut and Katie's still holding back? I absolutely agree. Well, it is said that he tried to get message to Katie to tell her to flip, but I don't want to call somebody stupid, but stupid is as stupid does, I guess. Hello, Anne. Hello, Mrs. Skytroop, Mr. Skytroop, Marie, Astra, Deb. We got, and I've seen we have 2 new coffee crew members. That's awesome. Lee and Mr. Bet, thank you. Thank you for coming back. And yes, everyone, please, and hi, True, welcome. Please, True, if you can post your page in the chat, go right ahead if you can. True Crime Wifey did a video today of the ravine behind Dan Markel's house, the one that supposedly Sigfredo and Luis fell into. So if please go over there, like it, subscribe to her channel. Hello, one, welcome back. Hello, Rabbit, welcome back. I know, right? Metrics, because I was saying his name wrong the other night constantly. He must be a lot sweeter than I am, because I guess that's why she didn't answer my mail. So in Montreal right now, it's going to be 9 o'clock. And oh, we have a new coffee member. Hi from Illinois. Hi, Julia. This is where we just say hello to everybody. I think Katie's incapable of telling the truth. You got that right, Banana. Welcome. I love your name, though. Please, everyone, yes, go over to True Crime. Click on that. Watch that video. It's really good. True. I enjoyed it. It put us there. So for the story, it actually showed us. So now we have a visual. And thank you for doing that. Banana, every time I see banana now anywhere, I think of banana bread. Wendy really did wreck that for me. And when True said it in her video, I was like, I got you. I understand. Yep, True, you're right. And so I did some looking today on her, and because she said she was a graduate, I believe it's UFC or UCF, one or the other. I'm getting them mixed up. But on her prison thing, she says she's only a high school graduate. I'm leaning to she probably just being a high school graduate, and maybe she just made it. They have no normal scruples, is what's wrong with them. You're in the right place to call it out as you see it, Julia, because we have no filter in here. Donna's banana bread must be a box mix. Yeah, with some extra Xanax in it. That's what I'm thinking. Hey, Rabbit, welcome back. Just wanted to mention I am and have been Rabbit Inc. with a C. I am not Rabbit Inc. with a K. And do not know, nor have I seen them in chat before 2 days ago. I noticed because I thought it was you, and I believe they're using the same picture. Katie does not strike me as an educated, but who knows these days. Well, I had a discussion with Mr. Sky and Mrs. Sky the other night, and we were discussing similar things like that. And I don't know. I think maybe the Adelson Institute was giving out diplomas. That's my opinion. But so I'm going to start tonight. I was going to start straight into Katie, but we had a letter drop today. And I don't know if you guys have seen. Yes, thank you, Deb. Thank you so much. I don't know if you guys seen the letter, but this, because there has been other letters sent to the judge, this is the only one that was put in the docket. So just knowing this letter was put there, I think it shows that it's not going to get switched to the smaller room. So if you haven't seen it, let me know. I'm not going to waste your time with it if you have seen it. But it's this gentleman knows, and he put it straight out. So, but if you want to see it, we will see it. I saw that imposter. Yeah, true. I did too. I saw that imposter. I knew immediately it was not you. Have been seeing you and B Rabbit in chats for at least 9 months. I saw it and I'm like, something's wrong with the name. Well, Belle, I heard somewhere that she was a runaway. She was a runaway from the Philippines, but her brother too is in the U.S. I don't know. I Adelson Institute handing out diplomas. That's what I'm thinking. Because yes, okay, I'll show it. Thank you, Rabbit Inc. for heads up. Yes, Deb. I saw it. I believe I saw it on Metrics yesterday when I was watching rewatching some of his stuff. And I love that the coffee crew was on Metrics 2 days ago, and they were, what about the ketchup? It was great of you guys. I started laughing. Is the trial going to be broadcasted live? When is it scheduled to begin? Is there a date to set? Yes. So it is going to be broadcasted live. I absolutely will be streaming it live from jury selection till the final end. It's going to be hours and hours, but I will be here till it stops, till Donna is convicted and Wendy is arrested. The trial was, so the date is now back to September 17th for jury selection. It was the 16th, but it dropped today. The motion denied for the 16th dropped today, so it's back to the 17th of September. I cannot confirm, however, I do not believe that Katie ever graduated from university. No, I agree. There's no way. No way. Apparently, trial and jury selection has been rescheduled again. Yeah, September 17th. So that would mean they're saying 2 days. They think it's only going to take 2 days for, well, the trial could either start on the 20th, which I highly, highly doubt because that's a Friday. So trial will probably start September 23rd. And again, you can, I can't wait. Again, you can join us here and stream it with us. Letter use, okay, a citus, which means the public's right to attend trial First Amendment exists in a location which should not be limited by room size. Limits right to witness. Yeah, I didn't know what the word meant, Rabbit. So I actually Googled it. And so, also October 8th, I believe it's the 8th. I could be wrong. Could be October 9th. October 8th or October 9th, I'll confirm because I wrote it down in my agenda. is Dan Markel's birthday. I will be receiving please, sorry, let me just hold on. 232. I just got to get the right pronunciation because I don't want to butcher it. Okay. I believe it's pronounced Yardsit Memorial Cooper Candle. It's a Jewish candle. It is kosher. And it's to be lit for 24 hours for remembering of somebody that's for their birthdays, for their remembering of their passing, things like that. So on September 8th, during the live stream, I would hope all will join me. It was only going to be a few minutes, but I do want to take a few minutes of that stream and dedicate it to Dan, light the candle, and all of us take a few minutes and just reflect on the amazing person that we all had lost. So that is coming. It should be here tomorrow. So hopefully nothing happens in the mail and it's not too late because they're hard to find. UCF is in Orlando where I grew up. However, I went to USF in Tampa for college. And that's where she said she went. But I don't see it. I truly don't. Yes, Katie made up that she was a college graduate. If she could ever quit lying, she might be able to be with her kids. I think, hi, June. I think that ship's long sailed for her. Fourth Amendment is right to fair trial. You don't want only a court to convict you because you can get bamboozled. As a defendant in private court proceedings, need public to see. And you guys have no idea how lucky you are that public is allowed to see your trials, because not here. Sorry, I copied the wrong calendar. Oh, that's okay, Sky. I knew. Hey, Lindsay, welcome back. Okay, so I'm going to share this letter because October 9th, 2020. Yeah, thank you. I said October 8th, but yeah, October 9th. So if you're wanting to join for that, I greatly appreciate it. The more of us sending out our prayers to Dan and his two boys is always welcome. 52nd birthday. So it's just something I thought, we speak about them. We speak more about the Adelsons than we do of Dan, and that's a shame. So I want to just make sure that day is Dan. Yes, when B. Rabbit realized, she wrote asking if it would be confusing. Much respect for that, and proof to me she's reliable. This ink versus ink means me weirded out. And am I right by saying she has the same, or the person has the same picture? Because I thought it was. Okay, let me share this letter. We'll just go over it quickly, just because to me, the reason this is posted is because Everett's going to deny the motion. Here we go. Hi, X. Welcome back, X. Okay, let me see if I can get this larger for everybody else. Pardon me, I know it's... Oh, there we go. Helps if I click on the right thing. Go down one so it can get all on the screen. There we go. Dear Judge Everett, I'm going to look this way, guys, because my screen is much bigger for my eyeballs. I write as a longtime professional of constitutional law regarding the motion of defendant Donna Adelson to move her criminal trial to courtroom 3B in Tallahassee, a courtroom substantially smaller than courtroom 3G, the courtroom currently assigned. Defendant's motion implicates that the Sixth Amendment right to a public trial, as well as the First Amendment right of public and media. I understand that others have written regarding the size and dynamics of the two courtrooms, the accuracy of information provided regarding the conduct of spectators, and the consequences of using a small courtroom when there is significant public interest in a trial. My focus here is on the constitutional dimensions of the public right. A Sixth Amendment right to a public trial is a safeguard that recognizes that justice cannot serve behind walls of silence. Then there's case law. Although the Sixth Amendment right vests in a criminal defendant, more case law, the public interest in a public trial means that a defendant has no unqualified rights to waive a public trial. The Sixth Amendment thus underscores that the presence of an interested member of the public is an important bulwark to assure fundamental fairness to a defendant and, in turn, the public confidence in the judiciary. The right of the public and the media to attend court proceedings, moreover, is directly addressed by the First Amendment, and it is an independent protection of the public trial right. Whatever its constitutional geographical situs, the right of the public access to the courts assures the right of citizens in our democracy to observe and oversee their government in action. This baffles me because we, for a free country like Canada, this wouldn't matter here. Defendant Adelson seeks not to exclude all members of the public, but instead to exclude all but a few of them by moving her trial to a smaller courtroom. Exclusion of all but a few, however, still offends the public's right of access unless there is clear or documented evidence of a real threat to her Sixth Amendment right for a fair trial. Of course, her Sixth Amendment right would trump if such a showing were made. But defendant Adelson fails here. I love that. She fails here. I was laughing at Bob there. Defendant Adelson fails here. Her motion to move the trial to courtroom 3B is based on a few presumed incidents and the guess that more might occur if the trial is not moved. These not only are insufficient demonstrations that public access should be limited, but they are incidents that seem readily handled by judicial court control of the courtroom. The thrust of defendant's motion also upends the clear directives of both Sixth and First Amendment by treating the presence of the public as a threat rather than a protection. They're a threat to her. She doesn't want anybody to see her. She doesn't want anybody to, her mask can't stay on. It establishes a precedent that undermines the exercise of the public's right in other cases. In effect, the motion means that whenever there is a public interest sufficient to fill courtroom G, by definition, there is a sufficient impact of a defendant's Sixth Amendment right to warrant a move to a smaller courtroom that cannot satisfy that interest. The opportunity of the public to observe the trial through live media coverage, moreover, does not substitute for courtroom presence. Cameras in a courtroom do not show the entire courtroom. A spectator in a courtroom can choose the vantage point from which to observe the trial. He could observe the judge or the witness, the lawyers for either side, or the jurors. A spectator also can see any exhibits that are published. Placement of cameras limits vantage points, and the camera operator removes a spectator's anonymous as to what to watch. I wrote this letter to you regarding Defendant Adelson's motion because I believe strongly in the public's right to know, to participate, and to oversee government activity, including the courts. Even so, I was reluctant to write because I am unsure whether it is appropriate. If I have overstepped, then I hope you will excuse me. Yours truly, Josephine R. Puto. That is amazing to me. So I'm just going to make sure I got everybody here. Hi, Bob. I was consorting with Patty. Oh, and anybody here, I'm so sorry. I was so nervous. I could not keep up with the chat. That's okay, True. We figured it out. And then we got, and Katie Coolidge went to Charlie's trial and planned to attend Donna's for the specific viewing of the jury. Exactly. She always sat on that side so she could watch the jurors. Cannot be broadcast on the courtroom streaming. But so we know for a fact, Katie Coolidge sent in a letter. Judy from AA Legal Focus sent in a letter. And those letters have not been published on the docket. But this one was. So as soon as I saw that, I'm like, they're not getting 3B. That's what I thought instantly. Because otherwise, why weren't the others posted? But the lady, she put in case study, she put in everything. It was, I just don't see it. This one was from the citation of law, which Judge Everett will include in the written denial. Yep. I see this as, sorry, Donna. So now I believe 100% it's going to be 3G. So now I'm back to, does Harvey show up? And I'm still, yes, he's going to show. So any of you lucky people that get to be there, I'm kind of grateful I won't, because I would look at him, I'd probably smack him. I'm thinking probably because she is constitutional lawyer versus the other types of lawyer. Yep, I agree. True. Really? Okay. We got a thing going on here. I should do a poll and see who thinks Harvey's going to show. I can't see Donna letting him not show. Who was it? Who was it today that I watched? And they heard that that Harvey was trying to make arrangements to be there. I can't remember who it was that I watched now. I watched so many other people. I know a lot of people don't see him going. You say no Harvey too? So do I, True. I just see Donna saying, you are not going to leave me here alone like Charlie was. You're going to sit here. You say no Harvey either? And so we've got We got the Harvey, yes or no? Do we have the Wendy getting arrested right away or no? I say yes. And I I believe it. I just got to he'll be too afraid of his possible arrest, also conscious of guilt. I don't know if that would show a conscience of guilt if he's there to support his wife. I think that would probably more look like he's there because she's not guilty. That's why he's there. But somebody's got to be there to take the kids when Wendy gets arrested, right? I think he will be there. So do I too, Lee. But that's okay. See, that's what we're all about. True Lifestyles, her name is Susan L. posted months ago about Donna inquiring about assisted living people tend to Harvey. That's that's laughable true, isn't it? 50-50 might be afraid of his reactions. I say the thing that keeps him away, absolutely keeps him away, is the people in the courtroom. That's why I was pretty sure if it was 3B, he was definitely going. Donna would have a heart attack if Harvey was sitting behind her. Oh, really? Because I think she'd be the catalyst for him going. I think she'd demand him to go. No, the kids are going to be there. I don't think he can face them. I just think they're that much of evil people. And you say a short delay on Wendy's arrest. Yeah, a lot of people are saying a short delay, and I believe it happens at least before she leaves Tallahassee. Does anyone know why they keep hanging the jury selection from September 17th, then back to the 17th? Is this normal? I think it was emotion, and it just got missed in the thing. So Edward sent out, there was a clarification today on it. I hope on Wendy, but I do think I am able to predict. I am able to predict it. Oh, you're not able to predict it. Okay. Well, I'm sending it out to the universe. She gets arrested as soon as she gets off the stand. I don't think Harvey will be there. I don't think Wendy would want him there. So you're honestly, Marie, you think that Wendy would control that situation, not Donna? I do. I like True Lifestyles too, Lindsay. I asked Carl Steinbach last night in his live about Harvey attending because no one was behind Charles. That looked bad. I think Carl thinks he's going to be there too. Correct me if I'm wrong, True. Hi, Chris. Welcome back. True Crime Wifey, did Carl answer? His opinion is rock solid. Oh, so Rabbit. Silly little rabbit. If Carl says yes, and Coffee and Crime said yes, oh, that's a shocker. If Harvey was really for his wife, he would have said to the cops who arrested her in the airport, if you get her, you get me as well. I think they were both kind of stoned, if you ask me. But if Harvey has someone to go with him, he will. Can't picture him being in court alone. Maybe that's why they're wanting that assisted living type people. Like he'd have a nurse there with him. Is taking care of her mom right now. Send her a comment that she can share with her mom. I think they could use hearing spread. Oh, definitely will. Everybody, make sure we do that. He will be intimidated. And as he should, Astra, as he should. Carl answered my question. I saw that, Sky. I don't think that helps them much. Mr. Bet, we asked the same question. Carl said it is a possibility. I just don't they seen the bad optics for Charlie, right? Donna's not going to want that. She's already got so much bad optics to attend to. She's already got possibly all 3 of her kids testifying in her trial. She's just got so much, like everybody that was charged before her, except for Sigfredo, is going to be testifying. It's insane. So she needs something. And true, it was like be the last time they see each other, right? So, but hey, who knows? Harvey might have a meltdown and just be the one to disrupt the court. That would be beautiful. That would be beautiful. Isn't it awesome when your question is answered? Roberta Glass reacted to a comment of mine today, and I feel like I won the lottery. I agree with that. And the Nazi youth uniforms, right, Sky? Like, she's got so much dirt. She does. I've been sending prayers to True Lifestyle for her mother, who is in a medical situation in Israel. Susan L. is there in Israel. Okay. Thank you, guys. I'm going to make sure. Can somebody? I'll start linking her channel to each description and ask everyone to send her positive vibes. Charlie and Donna are definitely excited to see each other. Yep. Loves Roberta, and your ink is in the room. Oh, I'm not too sure. Why would Sigfredo tell Katie to spill everything and he won't talk at all? He's just a closed individual, but he wanted her to take the deal, and she didn't. Man, this trial is going to be intense. Yes, it is, Deb. Absolutely, it is. And as soon as I'm going to get the stream all set up here soon, and some of the coffee crew that's coming on stream with me, I'll send out the links so you already have them as soon as I get that up and going. All right, let's get into Katie. Why not? Because we have... Pardon me. There we go. Thank you so much, True, for doing that. I greatly appreciate it. If everyone could take, at some point tonight, go over to True Lifestyles, send a positive message to her and her mom. Be so appreciative. Here we go. Are we ready for some more crazy? Because that's what it is. Yeah, Astro. Nazi uniform. Donna totally has no respect for children as another human being. Of course, that's why she killed her father without a second thought. And you hear them whining, right? You hear them whining like, oh, Charlie, I just wanted to be a dad. Oh, shut up, man. Shut up. You don't know what it's meant to be a dad. And that's all that Dan was fighting for, was the right to be a dad to his boys. And you guys snuffed him out. Thank you again, True. Just because I'm not commenting doesn't mean I'm not here, because I am, and I enjoy following the conversation. Thank you, X. We appreciate you here. Still mind-blowing that Katie didn't take her get out twice. She's the most stupidest. I hate calling people stupid, but stupid is as stupid does, and that is a stupid person. Rabbit Inc. I don't see you here via YouTube. I am Rabbit Inc. don't you think it's extremely confusing you chose a chat name so like mine? I used mine for years and I am known by it. This is the OG rabbit. The Rabbit Ink with a C. Rabbit Ink with a K. Just can't compare. Sorry. We know who the OG is. Okay, let's get going.
We're going to need to figure that out before the jury comes in because this changes things for us.
Has your client decided whether she's testifying or not?
1 second, Jeremy.
How do you not know if your client's going to testify?
Here it is.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I met with Ms. Magbanua last night and spoke with her, and she is going to be testifying this morning.
What?
She will be testifying.
Okay. Right.
Well, with all the channels that know you, Rabbit, and that when the other
Let's,
one comes in, they'll call it out.
Talk about a plan on scheduling. What, is the state thinking you'll have rebuttal?
Crime wavy.
Yes, sir. So far, we know of one rebuttal witness.
Right. Make sure you have them available. I don't want to delay.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Scott?
So my concern,
Original. Hi, Lisa. Welcome. OG means original. So Rabbit Ink with a C is the original Rabbit Ink. Ink is new. Saw it first 2 days ago. Thought it was just another of the Rabbit crew.
give me a second, let me confirm.
Oh, and Lisa, you're not dumb. I just learned that not too long ago. The judge in this case also sat on the Seth Jackson case. That was a bad one. Be ready if you check that one out because it's hard to watch. Oh, I've seen some of it. X. Hi, Mary. Welcome.
Try to deal with it when it comes. You'd certainly be heard at the appropriate time. But let's talk about scheduling. How would y'all propose we proceed?
True wife, absolutely. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. I don't, yeah, I have coffee and crime. There's a lot of people out there with the same, but I would never take somebody else's name and try to run my channel or things like that. But I absolutely, if you see that person here, unless Rabbit's here and wants to have a word, go right ahead. It's up to Rabbit on that call.
From here, I assume we're going to finish the testimony.
Good.
Maybe early.
Hi, Leslie. That's
afternoon
good. That's a
today.
good one.
How would y'all propose we proceed?
Mm-hmm.
My proposal would be to close this
I bet
afternoon, let
she
the
does.
jury go home, and then have deliberations in the morning.
Hey, what Flair?
I'll refer to the court judge, obviously, if we're late in the afternoon, based on how long it is. I don't know how long the court's going to keep the jurors. So I'll refer to the court.
Your Honor, I've never been giving a jury a closing argument, then basically sending them home. What I would ask is that we're allowed to close tomorrow. I think that it could be more concise and that it wouldn't take up 2 hours of time if it's done more or less on the fly today after testimony. I also stand in a different position because I would be going third. The state would go, let's say they go an hour and a half. Co-defendant counsel goes about an hour and a half. I don't want to be closing at 5 o'clock in the afternoon to a jury who already appears to be very, very tired. I would want them to be attentive. I also have the additional concern that there may be somebody who's observing Yom Kippur today, and they are not eating, and they're fasting today, and I think that would decrease their level of attention. I just don't want to be closing at 5 o'clock at night on a massive case like this, Your Honor.
Let's talk about deliberations. The state and Mr. Garcia have a right to request that the jury be sequestered if deliberations are not concluded. Let's assume we start, Shelly, jury deliberation will be tomorrow regardless. What's your position, Mr. Sanguinet, on whether you're going to insist on the jury being sequestered overnight if they don't reach a verdict tomorrow?
Give me just 1 second.
Sure.
Mr. Garcia will not be asking for sequestration during deliberation.
About the state.
I'm not requesting it, Judge. I'll
Okay.
defer to your
We need to, under the rule, he has entitlement, so if he's not seeking it, we'll need a waiver from him. Have you had a chance to explain that to him, Mr. Sanguinet?
I have not.
I'll give you a minute to do that. Rule 3.370 says during deliberations, unless sequestration is waived by the state, the defendant in all capital cases in which the death penalty is sought by the state, basically jurors have to be sequestered once they start deliberations. I'll give you a few minutes to talk to him about that. It would frankly simplify things if we
Thanks,
don't have
Guy.
to sequester them, but if we do, we need to make prior arrangements to do that. I'll give you some time to talk with him. Anything else from either side?
No, sir.
Other than this issue, Judge.
Okay.
I like that,
Let's
true.
reconvene at 9 o'clock. We'll get Mr. Garcia's position on that, and then we'll start with the jury. All right?
I think so too, Leslie. As she was on the stand, like right in front of her, that's a boss move. Do I got the judges mixed up, Bob? I thought it's Hankinson, but I could be. I adore B Rabbit. I've seen other rabbits even using a capital letter to get approved. Rabbit. It's too weird. I'm a huge Justice for Dan chat online, and it makes me weirded out. You're in a lot of places, Rabbit. Apps. I understand what you're saying. Oh, from Parkinson's. Sorry. I just want to say real quick, Judge Hankinson was such a great judge. His nickname was Hankinson, and he had no problem with holding people accountable. He was a no-nonsense judge. Like, you can hear it. Does anyone know yet how Katie paid for hers? It'll come out in trial. They've got everything. Hey, Ian, I saw you on Metrics the other night, and your comment was, "What about the ketchup?" I started rolling. I'm like, the ketchup. Let's figure out the ketchup. Hankinson was brain cancer, I think. It's just so a shame because he was a good judge. Anyway, I liked old Judge. Oh, Judgy Wudgy. Yes, Bob, that is what I heard. Okay, so we got some new people in here. Hello, Riding Shotgun. Welcome. Hello, Angel Baby. Welcome. Can't have non-kosher hot dogs without the ketchup. Oh, and then who was it? There was another one of the coffee crew in there, and they said she left the pork chops, the shrimp, and something else. I just thought that was hilarious. And it was adorable, smart, funny, great Metrics community member. I vouch for him. I love Ian. He's great. I was misinformed. Sorry about that. What is the point? Does Special K get out of testifying again and again? Hey, Jamie, welcome back. Hi, Ian and friends from Metrics channel. They are here but haven't posted yet. True crime wife, you're banning people who haven't posted yet. Why delete people? Okay. Looky, there's a Mary Bartlett too. And Humble. Okay, let's go.
Back in session. Be seated, please. Everybody be seated. Do you have a chance to talk to Mr. Garcia?
Yes, Judge. After reviewing 3.370 subsection C, having that discussion, Mr. Garcia is requesting this position on the jury getting the
All right. So we've been working on arrangements. Sheriff's Department was hoping they didn't have to do that, but they've been working on arrangements. So we'll be prepared to do so. Yes, Ms. Norris did something.
Yes, sir. In light of the defendant's intention to testify, Ms. Magbanua, in this case, the state is requesting that Sergeant Christopher Corbett be allowed to be present in the courtroom during her testimony.
I'm just going to get it to her being on the stand.
Sergeant Christopher this to the dates exact date, and we think that was.
Now, Ms. Magbanua, breathe, get a little closer to the mic.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Magbanua.
Good morning.
Hey, I'm going to ask that if, you can get closer to the microphone. If at any point I feel like you might be too low, the court might instruct you just to speak a little louder. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's cool. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
Good morning. My name is Katherine Magbanua, Katherne. Magbanua, Magbanua.
Now, Ms. Magbanua, before you took the stand today,
Yes, ma'am.
you and I had a discussion. You understand that you do not have to testify today.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it completely your decision to take the stand today?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
Okay. Now, how are you feeling?
Nervous?
Now, if I'm going too fast, just let me know and I'll try and slow down, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to take you back right now. Well, let's ask the most important question. Did you have anything to do with the murder of Dan Markel?
No, ma'am.
Did you get the father of your children, Mr. Garcia, to commit a murder on behalf of Mr. Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Now I'm going to take you all the way back, not too far back,
Okay.
but to around the area of 2013,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? Now, when is the first time that you met Charlie Adelson?
I was working at a dental office in South Beach, and it was Sophie Dental.
Okay, now what does Sophie stand for?
South of 5th, I believe.
Okay, and that would be on Miami Beach, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that time in 2013, what were you doing at Sophie Dental? What was your job description?
I was working in front desk, receptionist, and like insurance verification, like clerical work for the office.
Yeah, okay. It didn't require you to have any specialized knowledge in dentistry.
No, ma'am.
Did Charles Adelson work at Sophie Dental?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was he a employee of Sophie Dental or was he like a subcontractor?
Mhm.
A subcontractor. He was a specialist.
Now, explain what that, how it is that he works with Sophie Dental being a specialist.
We have a periodontist, and we would just schedule him out whenever there's patients that needed to be seen by a specialist.
That whoever needed his specialized services?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Same here.
And you said what kind of dentist was he?
A periodontist.
Do you remember the first time you actually met?
And that is the sad thing, X. Like, we all think she's lying about it. I've actually said I think the Adelson Institute was handing out diplomas.
Not to my knowledge, no. Like, he walked into the office, but the girls just told me he's one of the specialists.
Okay. Now, how is it that you two start
Actually, Deb, she did work at Sophie Dental. That's where they met. She was at the front desk.
to communicate outside of the work arena?
I believe like he was asking a couple of the girls, if I was single, and then he took down my number, or I think he put his number on my phone. I told him I already have your phone number because the doctors tell us to, text to see if, they can call the office and then schedule out patients for them or whatever their schedule is.
Okay. And so
Or availability.
at this time, are you broken up with Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you living with him?
No, ma'am.
You've already kicked him out of the house.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, moving over to Mr. Garcia. How long have you known Mr. Garcia?
A little over 15 years.
I didn't know.
How did you meet Mr. Garcia?
Through mutual friends, like we just hung out one day. I don't remember. It's so long ago. I was young.
Did you guys meet in high school?
No, it was after high school.
You didn't go to the same high school as Mr. Garcia?
No. No.
Now, were you a teenager when you started dating?
Money?
Yeah, I was 18, 19, I believe.
Okay. Do you have any children?
Yes, ma'am.
How many children do you have?
2.
Okay. How old are they now?
They're 12 and 7.
Your son is 12
Yes, ma'am.
and your daughter is 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Is Mr. Garcia the father of both of your children?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to college?
Yes, ma'am.
What college did you go to?
University of Central Florida.
Where is that located?
That's in Orlando.
Did you get your
Okay, I just want to clear this up. Arrest, I told True that if somebody comes in that has this, like, from any of our subscribers, and they're feeling uncomfortable because they kind of like stole their name and they're not sure if they're a troll or whatever. So I understand that you're saying this to True. I was the one that asked True to protect the ones that are in here. Because if there's trolls in here using people's names, then I asked her to get them out. It's not on True, it's on me.
degree?
Yes, ma'am.
What degree did you get?
In Health Services Administration.
Now, while you were in college, is that when you became pregnant with Ethan?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Mr.
Hey,
Garcia
Mr.
living with
Welcome
you
back.
in Orlando
Yes. By that time, he moved up, I believe. Yeah.
to be with you
Yes, ma'am.
and the baby?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you graduated, did you remain in Orlando?
I believe only for like a couple months, but I went back down to Miami because I needed to start working and he needed a babysitter for my son.
Now, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Garcia at the time that you were living in Orlando?
It was great.
No problems at that time?
No problems.
So you moved back to Miami. What family do you have that lives in Miami?
My mom and my dad and my one of my brothers was still living down there.
And when you moved back, were you living with your mom or where was she living?
When I moved back down, I believe I stayed a little bit with Sigfredo's sister
Okay.
while he was taking care of stuff in Orlando until like he moved back down. And I lived in the apartment
And do you remember where that apartment was in 2013?
around the same area, like North Bay Village.
And that's in Miami-Dade, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, True.
Did you and Mr. Garcia get married?
No, ma'am.
Do you consider him your husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't you get married to Mr. Garcia? Why didn't you guys get married?
I mean, we've been dating for such a long time, so when I think initially we were going to finally get married, that's when things kind of started getting bad.
Now, when you say things started getting bad, are you talking about your relationship with Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean by things were getting bad?
No, we were just fighting a lot and just normal boyfriend, girlfriend stuff, I guess.
Were there any specific issues you were having with Mr. Garcia?
I agree, tennis girl. I absolutely agree. They're bad lawyer. I agree to that. But I do think there's a money trail. There's a money trail because who would do that? Who would do that? Especially when you're given a second chance. Your first jury was hung. It means only one person. Like, I don't know. There's a money trail. I would bet on it. That makes total sense. Lots of medical, dental. Yeah, I've seen that about X. I just want to pull that up. Somebody told me that a subcontracting your dental work actually limits your liability because the dental office basically assumes liability under their own insurance. So Charlie didn't have to. And I tell you, the some of the reviews on Charlie Adelson were not very good on Yelp. Hey, Marcus, welcome back. This is someone's mom who didn't care or love their children, right? Like, her kids are going to grow up and know she had a chance to be home with them. They're going to grow up and know it. Did Katie's defense team bring in a stylist? That is not a jailhouse hairdo. Her lawyer probably sat there in the bathroom with her and did her hair. And I seen... Oh, geez, enough. Wow, first Katie's trial hung juror. How come? My thought is they just convicted the father of these two kids, right? So there was one juror that was probably like, how do I put the father away for life and the mother away for life at the same time? That's why I think it hung, because there's no reason. And Sigfredo's not talking at all. Money trails can be traced. The money may have been the only smart thing they did, because state can't figure it out from what I understand. Well, a lot of the financials are going to come out in Donna's trial. So, and they're calling her lawyers, Sigfredo's lawyers, her brother. So there's got to be something for them people to be called. Adelsons may have told her they would take care of her kids. I believe so, Deb. Katie and her lawyer are all wearing their hair the same. Yep. They probably had a girl powwow in the bathroom and did their hairs. Hey, Lou, welcome back. That's right. The juror was pregnant that couldn't vote to send her away. I forgot that she was pregnant. Thanks, Leslie. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I agree, Crime and Coffee, that person should not have been on the jury. They were both being tried. Yeah, I think that it came down to she just couldn't bring herself to convict Katie. So, but they got her the next time. True crime wifey, yes, it's nice to see the same people on the chats like yourself. Okay, we'll get back to it. Sorry, I just went.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess I went through his phone one day and it's like I just started seeing stuff that I wasn't happy about.
Okay.
Mhm.
Would it be fair to say that you found other women's contact information?
Yes.
Objection, Judge.
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
She is
Did
also-
you have a suspicion he was cheating on you?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge. Objection. Can we come sidebar, Your Honor?
Yeah, we can go sidebar.
Her lawyer, it's like they were having a girl chit chat. Like she was just, I don't know, I call a lot of leading in there, but Georgia even walks like she owns that courtroom. It's so great to see.
Proceed.
Now, we talked about when things started to become rocky with your relationship with Mr. Garcia, okay? When did you and Mr. Garcia officially have a big breakup?
Like when as in like the year?
So let me do this. Was it fair to say you guys were constantly breaking up and getting back together?
Yes.
In 2013, when you met Charlie Adelson, you and him had broken up officially.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the first time you actually kicked him out of your house or
Yes,
your
ma'am.
home.
Yes.
In 2013, when did that breakup happen in relation to you working at Sophie Dental? So we can just have a general idea of when that happened.
I believe like towards the end of the year,
Let me ask you this. When was Kaylee born? When was her birthday?
May
May
30th,
Okay, May 30th of what year?
2012.
All right. When Kaylee was born, were you and Mr. Garcia still together?
Yes, ma'am.
When she had her first birthday, were you still together?
Yes, ma'am.
But you know you broke up with him before you met Charlie Adelson in late 2013.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You can't give me a specific date.
No.
Possible.
Did a specific incident occur that caused you to break up with him?
I believe so. Yeah, there was like a phone call where his phone kind of called me by accident. I kind of overheard him talking
Don't be
about
sorry.
something to one of his friends about a girl maybe, and I was done.
And when you were done, he was living with you at the time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else was living in your home?
My mom.
Okay. And so after you was kicked out, it's just you, your mom, and your kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely, Mr. Bet. I think it's coming out in Donna's. I truly do. I truly do. Oh, thank you, Mary. Thank you. It makes it so easier. Does anyone think Katie has anything on Wendy? I'm torn with this. I think if she does, it's all on WhatsApp. But I think maybe Sigfredo and Wendy. That's where my brain goes. But I could be wrong. Oh, it's gonna be a popcorn event, let me tell you. I do, but not sure. if she will squeal. Yeah, I think there might be something from the Wendy Sigfredo part, but only while they were in Tallahassee. That's just where I think. But you're right. There's probably conversation definitely from them. I think Katie knows pretty much everything, but her credibility is absolutely shot. That's what I said the other night, X, is she could go up on that stand now and she could tell all the truth in the world. Or even just one tidbit that would break open something like Wendy's or whatever, or Harvey's. But who's going to believe her now? In Dubai, if a woman snoops a man's phone, it's capital offense. Wow. You know what? If you're in a good relationship, you don't have to look at each other's phone at all. I do. I believe that pic of Katie, Wendy, and friend has meaning. Oh. And Katie just brought her friend by just so it would look like they had an alibi, that nothing was going on. That's a good thing. Can the new version of Cellbrite read the WhatsApps, or is it just the connections aspect? From what I heard on, I think it was Carl, he said that as long as they had one of the receivers, so say it was Sigfredo's WhatsApp and all that, and it was deleted, that they could get it. I could be wrong, but I swear I heard that. I just do not see Wendy talking with Sigfredo about who knows. These people are idiots. They are. Sorry, guys. Sorry. There's an electronic trail here that we've not yet explored. Maybe we'll get the encrypted text maybe during Wendy's trial. Let's hope, Lou. Let's hope. I think so. Where that release yesterday where she sent an email to her friend saying wanted to present her side of the story, things like this. I don't think she's as clean as we think she is. I think George has done a very good job not letting stuff out, which of course she's amazing. And then we got Marie here. I think you're right that Sigfredo met up with Wendy after Sigfredo got that ticket in he rented on June 2nd and had to get another car. Yeah, I've heard that rumbling too. I agree with you. I've never had to go through boyfriend's phones, never felt I had to. No. I just don't think. Oh, we got some new one. Hello. Don't you think Georgia has Katie's entire testimony waiting for Wendy's turn? Sig and Wendy is the track I'm on. Just in waiting for the Wendy trial. Yep. I just have a feeling that there's a Sigfredo Wendy connection. And I can't wait for Georgia in Wendy's trial. Georgia is going to let out on everybody. I guarantee it. I think there are many layers to this. They're all being quite quiet for some reason. Yep. And Sigfredo is being really quiet. I'm looking forward to the digital data we've not heard yet. Yep. There's so much that Adelsons have hidden, or so they thought. Donna's trial is going to let a lot of secrets out. I agree. Wendy's very calculation and shrewd, but I think Georgia's more. Yep. Georgia's got her numbers. Georgia's probably already picked out her prison numbers for her. They'll have a special meaning for Georgia. I also find it hard to believe during the wiretap timeline there was only one call with Wendy, right? I think everything with Wendy was done on WhatsApp because you can call through WhatsApp. You can do all of that. So I think the WhatsApp is going to be the big thing. Sorry, guys, I'll get back to it.
Was this a serious separation?
Yes, at this time, yes.
Did Mr. Garcia try to get back together with you?
Yes.
How did he do that?
I mean, I've been with him forever, so it, you know, like he'd say the right things and we try to
Guys.
work it out again.
But you never, in this time when you began dating Mr. Adelson, you never,
No, never got back together.
okay. How did you get the job at Sophie Dental?
I believe one of my high school friends was working there, but she couldn't take the hours. So she told me, oh, you do great in this office. So I applied and got the job there.
And at that time, what other jobs were you doing? Was it just Sophie Dental?
I believe I was doing like promotions. Like,
No,
Uh-huh.
promotions.
Yes.
You seen a picture of you at a bar.
yes.
Was that the promotions job?
An event. One of them, yes.
Describe for the jury what this promotions entailed.
Okay, I worked for a certain liquor company, and then we'd go and we kind of give samples in liquor stores and just kind of get feedback from the customers on like what they think about the product.
And then what is your incentive to do this? Are you paid?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you paid?
We would get tips, like if we did it like at a certain liquor store and that like owner would be, you know, like would allow us to get some type of tips for giving out the drinks. And also like, I think at that time, the company gave me checks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you think it could be checks, but you know for certain you were getting cash.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember how much you would average make at these promotions?
Not at that time, no.
Was it ever something that was stable or it's something that fluctuated?
It fluctuated.
Now, when Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, started,
If Wendy is arrested, and I think she will be, do you think she would cop a plea if Donna goes down too? I don't think Georgia would offer a plea. My view on it is I think they went the way they did and not bring Wendy in probably one of the first is because she would have rolled on everybody, right? She would have taken the plea. She would have taken the plea that Katie didn't. So I don't think Georgia would offer a plea. True crime wifey. I also think he made Katie spend the night with him to make sure Dan was not. Yeah. I agree 100% on that one. She's so bad she uses WhatsApp but doesn't care if the remaining family does. She was looking out for herself. Absolutely. Clerical work. Medical clerical work. I cannot see Wendy accepting a plea, but depends on evidence. Yeah, I can't see Georgia offering it. That, sir, is brilliant. Take 2 moldy stacks. Oh, what did... He's getting 2 moldy stacks. What did he say? One of the big reveals in Donna's trial will be that Wendy did not, in fact, graduate a virgin. That is... You're right, Sky. 2 moldy stacks. Yes, just like Patty's Playhouse calls Sigfredo Siegfried. I call him Sigfredo. Just bringing up the 2 stacks of petty cash. A little announcement. Hopefully by Saturday, memberships will be set up. Patreon will be set up. I've got somebody working on badges and emojis, and I should have them maybe tomorrow. So hopefully. I'm too ADHD to do my own video, so here's my theory. The wet money is the money Wendy left Sig and Louise at the drainage ditch. Sig slipped into the bag with the rest. No, the drainage, I see what you're saying, but the drainage ditch was the first trip. And we do know that they got the money from Charlie, because Charlie's even admitted, yes, they got the money from me. But no, I see what you're saying. That would make sense if it was on the first trip. Thanks, X. Sometimes I have a good thought. She's the instigator, so no way will Wendy get offered a plea. I agree. There's no way George has given her anything. What did True say? Oh, yeah, about the playhouse. Who takes on moldy, nasty, wet cash for payment? What the heck did Donna not about regular laundry bags available? And see, that's why I say Rashbaum he knows how to this laundering money thing works. He just didn't teach his clients well. Wet money was from laundry and mold from being in the bag a while due to failed trip in Tallahassee. I think it was Marie. I think it was Marie that had stated that she thought the money was already done for that first trip. It was King Anthony on the drainage trip. I don't know.
Started calling you. Was it clear to you that he wanted something more than a friendship?
Yes.
Did he make that clear to you?
I mean, I assumed.
Okay. And by that, I mean, he didn't beat around the bush about his intentions of dating.
No.
Was he pretty upfront about his attraction to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the beginning, did you immediately start dating him?
No.
Did this progress over time?
Well, it's hard to like have two children, and my daughter was really, I mean, both of them were really small at that time, so I don't have that luxury to just go out whenever I can.
But you did eventually have a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember what your first official date was with him?
No.
So I'm going to try and move a little forward to another big event
Okay.
to see if we can, plot some times. New Year's Eve is normally a big event for people.
Yes, ma'am.
So this New Year's Eve in 2013, were you dating Charlie at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So did you guys go out together?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what you did on that New Year's Eve, like where you went?
I think we celebrated it like in Hard Rock Cafe and Casino. Like there's some clubs there, and like we just went with a couple friends.
The one in Fort Lauderdale?
Yes.
The one that, you don't know that? Okay. And it's a Hard Rock Hotel and Casino?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How often would you say you and Mr. Adelson were communicating around this time?
Daily.
Daily. In what ways would you communicate, if you could describe for the jury?
Through phone.
And what mediums would you use? Would it only be calls, FaceTime, WhatsApp? What do you remember using to call him? Text messages?
Mhm.
Yeah, text messaging and regular phone calls.
And just regular phone calls. Now, did you ever consider yourselves boyfriend and girlfriend?
And we never put that, that label like boyfriend, girlfriend. But yeah, I guess. I mean, we were hanging out a lot.
And when you guys would talk to each other, you'd call each other baby.
Yeah.
Would you say things like, if you end a conversation, you'd say, I love you?
Yeah.
But in terms of it being
Exactly.
a serious relationship, were you ever looking for him to move in with you?
No.
Was there ever any discussion about that?
No.
Was there any discussion ever about marriage?
No.
And how busy was Charlie Adelson at this time in terms of working?
I think he's always busy. I think he's always, he has a lot of patients, like all over Miami-Dade and Broward,
Okay.
and
then
even further up. I don't know how far his patients go.
But he travels
Up and down. Yeah.
all through Dade, West Palm,
Yes.
all those counties to do his specialty, correct?
Mhm.
Now, did you see each other every day?
At that time,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Sorry, guys. I just remembered a thought I had today on Charlie. I know probably most of you have seen the 50 Shades of Grey, all of this. With all these women and stuff that Charlie had, and, you know, the gifts that he was given, things like that. I'm wondering if he thought himself as a Christian Grey, as a dominant, and he had all these submissives. It was just a thought I had. I'm like, he comes across like that to me. Nothing to do with this, just thought I had.
But you did talk every day.
Yes.
How would you describe Mr. Charlie Adelson in terms of how much he talks?
A lot.
You were listening to some of the phone calls that were recorded, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And some of those are fair and accurate representation of
How he talk?
conversations that you guys have.
Yes, ma'am.
Seems like he goes off on a tangent sometimes.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were you in a sexual relationship with Mr. Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
But you were not exclusive with him?
No, ma'am.
Now, I know this is going to be a little uncomfortable. Were you still having a sexual relationship with Mr. Garcia?
At what time, Canada level, can we get dirty at Crime and Coffee? I'm about to go, not appropriate for Carl Steinbeck's situation. Not too sure what you're saying, True. Sorry. Not going to lie, I don't see what they see in him. He's not a very good looking. No, but it's the money for sure. But I just think that he thinks of himself like as a Christian Grey. You're a mess. Hilarious. I think Wendy and Donna are the real sadists of the family before Charlie. Well, that's could possibly be true, Lou. Charlie likes his women petite, Asian, young, and not too bright. What situation, true crime wife? I'm ready for some tea, girl. Yeah, True. I wasn't too sure what you said. Wasn't. Oh. Not only have I read all these books, the 50 Shades of Grey, I also read Grey from his perspective from the same author. It's disturbing. I have two, True. I'll admit it. But I think that's just what you kind of see in Charlie. He probably would never have married. I don't think so, Tattles. I think he would have always been that bachelor. At least Christian was handsome. I still think Charlie looks like Larry on the Three Stooges. Yeah. Yeah, Bree's not Asian. You're right. And Donna won't accept Ari's wife, but had no problem with Charlie's girls, right? And when I know so that Charlie isn't exactly ugly, but he also isn't attractive either. But most women would give him a shot. I agree. His younger pictures, I will agree. But the Charlie at trial, I'm just saying Carl Steinbeck's 100% legit and appropriate. I want to get crazy. Oh, well, that's what we do here. That's what we do here. Looks like Beetlejuice to me. Yep. He is so intense, but if you can get him laughing or chuckling, oh, you gotta love Carl. I think he's great. Charlie is graying behind bars. There you go. Yep. Certain channels want no gossip whatsoever. Carl is one of those channels. Yeah. And gossip is one thing. Like, I like to be able to say if it's true or not. But to me, I don't know why that thought came to my head today, but I was watching some of Charlie's trial again. Oh, Jesus, Ian. Oh, Lord. And it came across because he's got the women, and I think June is probably the one that made it more a thought in my head, because she just seemed like she was so submissive to him. Exactly. That's why I like Carl. And if other people are out there saying something, and he'll just say, they don't know. Like the other night, what was he said? They don't have knowledge of of being a lawyer and stuff like this. So I thought it was funny. June, as we say in the South, bless her heart. Katie's not exactly hot. I think he just purely used her for the hit. I agree. I think he probably found out who she is. He probably knew who Sigfredo was. He probably knew all this. Probably had one of his lawyer friends or cop friends run them. And she was a mark for him. That's what I think.
Yes, ma'am.
How often?
Whenever we would kind of get back together, I guess.
Was it as frequent as how much you were having sex with Mr. Adelson at that time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Describe your relationship with Mr. Garcia at the time that you're dating Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
He was just always kind of in and out. He was around because of the kids, so, but he'd be in and out of my life.
Okay. Did you talk to him or try to talk to him almost every day?
I believe so,
And why was that?
because of the kids.
All right. And did you also communicate with him through text messages and phone calls?
Yes, ma'am.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Garcia know about your relationship with Mr. Adelson?
Yeah,
Okay. Did Mr. Adelson know about your relationship with Mr. Garcia?
yes,
Did Mr. Adelson always support or encourage you to get back together with Mr. Garcia?
yes,
Did he always say, that's the father of your kids?
yeah.
Did you feel that was also a reminder to you that this wasn't anything serious with Mr. Adelson?
With the way he always says that, yeah.
Always.
That's why I just knew it wasn't something serious. It wasn't gonna be forever.
Now, would there be times around that time that you wouldn't be able to find Mr. Garcia?
Yes,
Was that normal that he would be missing for days at a time?
yes, ma'am.
When that happened and you needed to get in touch with him, would you constantly text and call his phone?
Yes, in terms of blowing up his phone, yes,
Okay, I didn't want, but that's the term. You were
agreed.
blowing up his phone.
yes,
If you needed something from him, you weren't shy about continuously trying to get in touch with him.
yes.
Now I'm going to try to move forward to about March of 2014. Did you ever meet Charlie Adelson's sister, Wendy Adelson?
In March of 2014?
Well, have you ever met her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember where the first time was that you met her?
Yes, ma'am. We ate like a early dinner.
Okay. And
Straight out that he didn't do it, Tennessee girl. Straight out. It's absolutely crazy. His defense was I believe that it was Luis. Someone sneezes. Katie says, "Bless you," from the witness box. Yep. She's got to make herself look all sweet and innocent and everything. Katie was kind of cute in the past. She put on, what is it? They call it the freshman 20, but this was the felony 20. I think that's the only reason women were attracted to Charlie. You couldn't pay me to listen to his stupid stories. Really? I know. I'd be like, okay, gotta get out of here. This guy never shuts up. Is this the same lawyer that represented Donna? No. Sour Pick's very different, obviously. Yep. Oh, seen that, Lou. Sigfredo refused to cooperate. Yep. Oh, by the way, credit to True Crime Wifey. I love the name for him. I wish I could be creative like that. She's awesome. And everybody, True Crime Wifey posted a video. I've already said it earlier, but I'll say it again because we got more people on her page. Please go over and see the video. It's about the ravine behind Dan's house. It's well worth. Thank you so much, True, for doing that video. Please go over there, everyone, and check it out. As a playboy, Charlie had a job to please his angels as they wanted him to do. Yep. I like that Carl refuses to answer any questions that could help the defense. Absolutely. I love that. New fish 20. On her phone calls to her mother, she was super rude. I feel sorry for her mother. Yes. And even Sigfredo's mother, she was very rude to her too. I'm down for gossip, True Crime Wifey, but I guess you're waiting for approval from the boss. True can do whatever she wants. Money or not, once Charlie opened his mouth, I would have been gone. Yep. I don't know how to get in contact with you. I've got both of your emails, Jibs. I was going to send out an email to both of you. I was just going to co-copy both of you. I'm going to send it out tomorrow. Money or not. Did anyone watch Wendy's television? It's great. That dinner was designed for Wendy to give Katie money and for Wendy to find out who was doing the hit. I think Katie's kept some of that money. That's something to think about. True Crime Wifey, that's what I was asking if King Anthony was on the trip. Don't think it was Rivera. Interesting, Bob. Katie was rude to Sigfredo's mother. Absolutely. Hi, Albert. Welcome. Perfect. Thanks, True, for posting that again, because I really enjoyed that video today. It was inmates call other inmates new to jail. Oh, new fish. Just sub to you. Didn't even know you had a channel. Thanks, True Crime Wifey. Jibs and jabs. Yes. I agree. Katie and her hand in all of the cookie jars. I 100% believe it. I think I think with Wendy, there was a side deal. That's what I'm getting the impression of. Sorry, guys. I'll get back.
Was she there with someone else?
Yes, ma'am.
You now know who Jeffrey Lacasse is, right?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
And is that the person that she was at the dinner with?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you were there with Mr. Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was the restaurant that you were eating at, were you sitting outside?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was late afternoon, still daylight?
Yes, ma'am.
You had any indication that Mr. Garcia knew that you were at that restaurant?
No.
Okay.
If you would answer out loud, it would help this.
No, ma'am. Sorry.
Does it sound like a fair representation that occurred in March of 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you wouldn't be able to tell me what exact date that happened?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Now, another big day in May is Kaylee's birthday.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So that's May 30th.
Mm-hmm.
This would now be in 2014, so it's her second birthday?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what you did for Kaylee?
Yeah, I had like a small little birthday party in the apartment.
The apartment you were living at what location?
That was in Treasure Drive.
Treasure Drive.
Yeah.
Is that on the beach or is that?
It's like next to the water.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like condominium.
You saw all of the
Cell phone.
cell phone towers and the maps and where you are on that little island. Is
Yes, ma'am.
that's what the Treasure Beach Drive location is?
Yeah, that's North Bay Village.
North Bay Village.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. So you did a small cutting of the cake. Did Mr. Garcia show up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how long did he show up for?
Like an hour, probably. Like it was fairly quick. I can't like put a specific time, but I know he showed up, took a couple pictures, and then left.
Okay. And at this time, you're still dating Mr. Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Around this time, do you remember what car Mr. Garcia was driving?
Not that I can remember.
Do you remember him renting any cars?
Not that I can remember.
Did you take him to go rent a car at Comfort Rental by the airport?
No.
And you testified you didn't have knowledge of Sigfredo's day-to-day, where he was every single day.
Yeah, no.
Would you ask him?
I can't remember at that time. Maybe I did. Like, I'd ask him, like, where have you been? And then, but that's it. Half the time, at that time, I don't think I was asking so many questions.
Okay, because you weren't together.
Yeah, and he probably wouldn't have told me anyways.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about July 1st of 2014, okay? Do you remember a day when...
Random question. Why do you think Wendy and the rest of the Adelsons decided to use a cheap TV as an alibi? Couldn't she, Wendy, just run some errands to Walmart? So Patty brought up, and it was a great thought, is the TV was actually the code for it's time, or we're ready to do the hit. As soon as Wendy broke it, that was a clue to all the other ones. Okay, put everything in motion. I really believe that's a fact. Next time Patty does a live, I bet she'll let you post it. Well, we could have done that one, the last one. You'd have plenties. Shucks. Sorry, I didn't understand that, Tennessee girl. It was Father's Day, and Katie, Wendy, and Yendra's kids were with their fathers. Yep. Just get a hair or nail appointment. Geez. But her day was so full. Like, there wasn't a second that she didn't fill. That was crazy. I don't know anybody that has a morning that full. Yeah, Wendy had to break the TV and blame one of the little guys, but couldn't remember which one. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I meant True Crime Wife. You can post her link and could have the duo stream y'all just did. Yep. I'm more than happy to help True with her page and help her get her subs and everything. I'm hoping that we can have her as a correspondent when she's at the trial. Yeah, exactly. Or even just hang out at Starbucks, right? The dog track.
When Mr. Garcia confronted you and Mr. Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to talk to you about this. Did Mr. Garcia come and pick up the kids from you that day?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What were your plans for that day?
To go out on the jet ski.
Okay. Whose jet ski?
Charlie's.
He owned jet skis.
Yeah.
How many?
He had one.
No.
Just one. Okay.
Okay.
What car was Mr. Adelson driving at the time?
The Lexus.
The Lexus you were arrested in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will get to that. So did Mr. Garcia know that you needed him to watch the kids so that you could go out with Mr. Adelson?
I mean, I probably told him that I had to go out or I had plans.
Would you have told him it was Mr. Adelson?
No.
Why?
Because he didn't like him.
Mm-hmm.
So Mr. Garcia comes and he picks up the kids. And by kids, I mean Ethan and Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
What car do you remember him driving at that time?
I believe he had like a Volvo, like a old little bucket car.
Okay. What does that mean, a bucket car?
It's like a cheap car.
Oh, okay.
Like
Do you remember what color or anything like that?
a blue, I think.
All right.
Thank you,
So
Sky.
he picks up the
Much
kids. Where does he
appreciated.
take them, if you know?
He took them to go eat like around the corner, there's like a pizza place
Mhm.
down the block. I think he took him out to go eat.
Now, after he picks up the kids and leaves, who comes and picks you up?
Charlie.
Okay. And you get in the car with him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you guys are just gonna go and take the jet skis out?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens, well, how, you pull out, Mr. Adelson does.
Mhm.
How far does he get away from your apartment?
Probably down like a block.
And then what happens?
Siegfried will cut us off
Okay, in what?
in the car, on the car.
Now, describe for the jury what you mean cut you off. Like, did he, describe for them.
Oh, like we were driving out of our parking lot and then he cut us off like right in front. Like he went around us and cut us off and blocked the street.
Did Mr. Adelson have to slam on his brakes to stop?
Yes.
Were your children in the car with Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's so
Did Mr. Garcia get out of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
What was he doing?
Screaming in the middle of the street
At who?
at us.
Did you guys roll down the windows?
No.
Do you have any idea what he was yelling?
No.
Was he yelling in Spanish or English?
I don't know.
Okay. How do you not know? It was just a Lexus. It's not a tank, people. How does she not know that he was what he was yelling? Or if he was yelling in English or Spanish? If somebody's standing outside of your car and your windows are rolled up, you're knowing what they're saying. Like, come on. This is the one of the things that just drives me nuts. Like, just say he was cursing. He was swearing. He was yelling at Charlie. Like, why does it have to be a lie?
What did Mr. Adelson do?
Well, he was freaking out. He was trying to figure out how he can make a turn to go the other way around with the jet ski like hitched in the back.
Okay, so he didn't get out the car and confront Mr. Garcia?
No.
Okay, he just got out of there.
Yes.
Was he successful in his attempt to get away from Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Garcia didn't actually physically attack the car or anything?
No.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, who is Yendra?
Like a high school friend. She's younger.
Okay. And you saw Yendra here in court, right?
Yes,
Miss
ma'am.
Mascaro,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And you and her are very close friends, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you both working at the clubs together?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to first talk about Hollywood Live, all right? Where is Hollywood Live?
In Hollywood Ave, I believe.
In Fort Lauderdale?
I believe that's like in the beginning of Fort Lauderdale, yeah.
It's not one of the clubs that is at the Hard Rock.
No, ma'am.
It's a separate establishment.
Mhm.
Okay. How did you get the job at Hollywood Live?
I believe through friends or because I was working in another club before that. And when you work with the other girls and bottle service, they kind of like recommend you. Like, oh, there's this other club too that you make good money at.
Do you remember what the first club you started working at was?
Fate.
Fate was the 1st club that you were working at. Okay, so you started working at Fate and then got another job at Hollywood Live.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now you keep saying bottle service. Describe for the jury what bottle service is.
Okay, we have like VIP sections in, the establishment and the club. And basically we have, we service the people in the VIP with the bottles. We take them out with the sparklers, make a big scene, like take pictures, like dance a little bit, I guess, for the customers, and then just make them feel special.
Okay. Now part of your job is how you dress, right?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
might as well
It's
be
expected
fine.
you to dress provocatively
Yes, ma'am.
with probably as little clothes as is allowed
Yes, ma'am.
without you having being arrested or anything, right?
Yes.
And that is because that's going to get you more tips, right?
Yes, ma'am.
An average night, because you've heard a lot of testimony about how much money you made. What was a good night for you at the club?
A good night for me. I can walk out of there with $1,000 to $1,500.
Now, let me ask you this. Certain nights are better than other nights,
Of
right?
course. Mhm.
So what is probably the best night of the week?
A Saturday, or if there's like some artist or somebody that's gonna be performing in the club,
Mhm.
you'll get, people that.
High roller clients.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Friday a good day to work too?
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
It can
Did
be
you
in the
own-
middle.
Oh,
It can
go
be
ahead.
in the middle of the week. It could be like a Wednesday night.
Especially if someone is making a special appearance.
Yes, ma'am.
Was your schedule set every week with specific days, or you could
No.
pick up and drop shifts?
Yeah.
How often would you work? Give me an average, because I know it wasn't the same every week, but would you work sometimes more than 2 nights a week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and sometimes you would work one night a week?
Yeah. If we knew that it was going to be like a slow month,
Mhm.
and if we come in on a Friday and it didn't seem like we're really making much, majority of the time on Saturday, like we'll
Absolutely,
try to
Bob.
trade off shifts. That's another thing you can do. You can trade off shifts with the girls. Like, can you come in for me? And then, they're very lenient about it.
Okay, and that's how it is in the service industry.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody's picking up each other's shifts.
Mhm.
Now, did you report your cash tips?
No, ma'am.
You didn't report them on any tax
Exactly.
returns?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Why not?
Yes, they are.
Because they're my cash tips. Like, I mean, none of the girls really did it.
Okay, now you understand that you haven't paid taxes on that cash,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. And you do understand that you are supposed
Yes, ma'am.
to report all of your cash so you can pay the federal government, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you did not.
I did not.
Okay. Would you save up?
So look it over here. I'm admitting how I'm wrong about something. I'm admitting I'm an honest person. So I'm being honest about ripping the government off and healthcare off and all of this off. So if I'm willing to admit this, then I must be telling you the truth about this. Please.
A certain amount of cash and keep it at home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you deposit everything that you made cash-wise into the bank?
Yes, ma'am.
You did?
I mean, cash wise, yeah, like I'd save up, and then whenever I get a chance, then I would deposit it.
Okay. So you wouldn't go, for example, like every Friday after a shift or every
No.
Saturday?
No.
Okay. How many bank accounts do you have?
2
How long
or
have you
more.
had? Oh, from which 2 banks do you go to?
Oops, Katie. Oops. 2 or more. Bet she didn't mean to say that.
2 Chase and 2 Bank of America
How long have you had 2 bank accounts?
since I guess I opened.
Okay.
I mean, since I was probably 16, 17.
Oh, okay, so you've always had 2 separate bank
I
accounts,
believe
right?
so, yeah.
Okay, so there would be bank records dating all the way back.
I believe so. I don't know how far back though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know anyone by the name of Dan Markel? Well, did you back then know someone by the name of Dan Markel?
No, ma'am.
In 2014, you've learned that Wendy Adelson's divorce was already finalized, right?
I learned it here.
In court.
Yes.
Now, when you
Shit.
had that meeting, well, not really a meeting, but when you had the dinner and Miss Adelson showed up with Mr. Lacasse,
Yes, ma'am.
do you remember at that time, was she talking about her divorce?
Not that I can recall.
Did you know at that time that she was married or had been married?
Yep.
Not that I can recall. I
Okay.
know she probably talked about her kids because that's something, like I talk about my kids and then it kind of makes conversation like, oh, you got kids, I have kids, and how old are they? Type. But
I'm shocked she even talked about her kids. Honestly, for somebody that was offered a get out of jail free card to be with your kids, oh yeah, she went around talking about your kids all the time, didn't you, Missy?
No, she never.
Oh, thank you so much, True. That's greatly appreciated. Rochelle at Crew and all the chat reviews and followers. I am here for justice for Dan Markel. I see lots of familiar chatters. And that's it. That's exactly what we're here for. We're here for Dan. We're here for those 2 boys, Ruth, Shelly, and Phil. We might go at Wendy. She deserves it. She's a piece of and hopefully she gets arrested, but it all does come down to Dan, those 2 boys for sure, and Ruth, Phil, and Shelly. So thank you so much, True. It's so greatly appreciated. Katie's other bank account is sticking money in her bra. Yeah, what she's got. So she said she's got 2, maybe 3. So, might be just because she wasn't sure if she was going to have that 4th boob or she was only going to have 3 boobs. Ugh. And absolutely go and support True, please, everyone.
I went into any specifics with you about how tumultuous her divorce was?
No,
You ever exchanged phone numbers with Wendy Adelson?
no, ma'am.
You guys didn't talk on the phone?
No, ma'am.
You're not friends with her?
No, ma'am.
All right. You knew her mostly as Charlie Adelson's sister?
Yes.
Now, that time that you
No,
had that year in March, that's not the only time you guys...
Sorry, lawyer. Sorry, my lawyer. No, that's not how I knew her. I knew Charlie's sister, but I also knew her as Turnpike Wendy. I just want the jury to know how I knew her, and I knew her as Turnpike Wendy.
No, ma'am.
There was another time that you hung out with Yindra, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think we established that that was Father's Day of that
Yes,
year.
ma'am.
Does that sound familiar?
Yes, ma'am.
Why, when you heard Father's Day, you started nodding your head like, yes, that's right?
Well, because I saw the picture,
Mm-hmm.
and then when I saw the picture and they said Father's Day, I was like, oh, okay, that's probably why I wasn't with the kids, because Sigfredo had the kids.
Mr. Garcia would have had them on
Yes.
Father's Day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And what year are we talking about?
Mhm.
2014. Well, as far as you know, they were with him. Could they have been with his mother,
Maybe,
his sister?
maybe.
You didn't
But
check.
it was his, yeah, like it was his day.
Yep.
It's his turn.
Yeah,
Okay.
to have them.
So did you know, you said she had
That's
mentioned
right.
her kids.
Mhm.
Did she mention anything
Hey, Bee
about
Rabbit.
a custody battle or anything like that to you?
No,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Did she talk negatively about her ex-husband at all in your presence? Now, I want to talk to you about,
Rabbit.
you've met Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. In your presence, did they ever talk about Wendy and her divorce in front of you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And how did Charlie talk about his sister to you? Charlie Adelson.
He didn't.
He didn't talk about her to you at all?
I mean, he told me he had a sister, he had a brother, but that's about it. Not any details.
You never met the brother, right?
I doubt that
No.
highly.
Okay. Did it seem to you that Charlie was very close to his sister?
Yeah, he said he loves his sister.
Okay.
What
What about his relationship with his mother?
Yeah.
Do they talk a lot?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
And it does to me. It doesn't matter.
Now I
when-
want to turn your attention to
Sorry.
July.
Doesn't matter to me when people joined, as long or when they got into this case, as long as it keeps out there till the last one is handcuffed and put away. Then we can change from the Adelson to Markel's and just keep putting out good vibes for those boys. Because I say it in every live stream. Everybody's heard it many times. Those boys have a mountain to climb. They will climb it, but I'm pretty sure their dad's going to be climbing it with them. Katie lies like Wendy, so I would say they knew each other quite well. Yeah, exactly. And Lou had said, it was a good one. Why did she give Sigfredo the children if he was a terrible alcoholic and a cokehead? Right? No mom would do that. No mom would do that. Because that was their father. Women do have the right to keep kids from their dad. Hi, welcome. But go to a court. Judge Higginson's wife attended Katie's retrial just to embrace and hug Ruth Markel and to tell her how much Judge Higginson wanted justice for after. Oh, that's so sweet. That just gave me chills, True. That just gave me trues. Really? So a mother, this is interesting to me, a mother in the United States doesn't have the right? If she can prove that it's an unfit environment or an unfit person for that child to be around, it could be the father to the mother too. They don't have the right to. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Katie gave children to Fredo because she had money on her mind. Yeah. They love their children more than anything after they get locked up. That's exactly it, Bob. Well, not so much in her case though, or she would have taken the deal. Okay, Lou, she can take legal action. I was going to say, wow. It's the same thing we're mad at Wendy for. Just because Sigfredo drinks doesn't mean she can take the kids away. No, we're not. Sorry, I disagree with you. Wendy had no reason to try to take those boys away from Dan. She had absolutely no effing reason to do it. Everything she put out there was nothing but a fucking lie. Pardon my French, but no. I'm mad at Wendy. Yeah, I'm mad at Wendy because she arranged for a good man to be killed. She arranged for a father that wanted nothing more than to love his children to be killed. And she's playing that she had nothing to do with it. That bitch needs to be arrested. She needs to be arrested today. She's not going to be, but she will. So no, I am not mad at Wendy because of the same thing. Like, no, I'm mad at Wendy because she's a right down, cold-hearted effing murderer. That's what I'm mad at Wendy about. Sorry, everyone. I went off the rails. But I think she's crazy and needed this help. So too bad about how his alcohol will affect them. Yeah. I apologize. I went off the rails because I cannot and will not have Dan's memory of how he was with his children. I didn't know the man. And I don't know those boys. But I will not sit here and have his memory of him and his boys tarnished. Will not do it. One of my moderators, can you take care of that for me, please? Because I'm shaking. Wendy still has her parental rights, so she does have say. So that state needs to be terminated for parental rights in order to take that away. So sad but true. Yes, she is heartless. No apology needed. I agree with you. Thank you. It just needed to be said because I will not have that man's memory with his boys tarnished. Will not. Yes, a mother just can't keep the kids without justification. Fredo was more than just a drunk. Absolutely, Jibs. The one made me go off. I agreed, Rochelle. What Wendy did isn't anything similar to Kitty. It's not. It's just not. And that's just making the narrative out there, playing on Wendy's narrative that Dan was abusive or Dan was this and that. He was not. The abusive one in that relationship was that fucking trash. Pardon my French. I've been set off and I need to chill out for a minute. But actually, you know what? I think I can do it. See you later. I don't like banning people. I don't like doing anything but you come at Wendy, you can say Wendy was doing this and that. But the minute you diminish Dan with those two boys, that's it for me. I'm not allowing that. I just not. Woo. Sorry, guys.
July 18th of 2014. You now know that that was an important day in this
Yes,
case.
ma'am.
You've now learned that that was the day that Dan Markel was executed.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Garcia ever tell
Exactly.
you that he was leaving town?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember Mr. Garcia ever telling you,
Oh,
I'm going up north, I'm going to Tallahassee?
No, ma'am.
Would Tallahassee have stuck out in your mind?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And apart from being here for the past 3 years, had you ever been to Tallahassee before?
No, ma'am.
This is your first time here.
it off.
First time.
If I asked you right now what you were doing on July 18th of 2014, would you be able to tell me?
No, ma'am.
I got
Do
it.
you remember
do it too, I
having a
guess.
conversation with Charlie Adelson about his brother-in-law being in an accident? Does that sound familiar to you?
It sounds familiar, yeah.
Okay, so you do at some point remember him referencing his brother-in-law or ex-brother-in-law.
I believe so, yeah.
As best as you can remember, and I don't want to put words in your mouth,
Mhm.
try to describe for us what it is that he said to you in terms of referencing his ex-brother-in-law being in an accident.
Well, that was it. Like, I remember, or trying to remember, that there was one day that he had called and he said, yeah, like his brother-in-law got in an accident. I don't know if it was a car accident or an accident.
Okay, do you remember, does car accident, does that sound familiar, or you don't know?
I don't know.
All right. Did he tell you that his brother-in-law had been shot twice?
No, ma'am.
Okay. He didn't tell you he had been murdered?
No, ma'am.
Would you have remembered that if he told you?
I would remember that.
Bullshit. You told
How
me.
do you know Luis Rivera?
Through Sigfredo?
Were you ever close with him?
No, ma'am.
All right. You knew how close he was to Mr. Garcia, though.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
right.
Welcome back.
But you wouldn't, did you hang out with him if Mr. Garcia wasn't around?
No, ma'am.
Did you talk to him on the phone at all?
No, ma'am.
All right. If you couldn't find Mr. Garcia, would it be a safe assumption that Luis would know where he is?
Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't have his number. You can
Metric says that he's been speaking to her, so maybe he can get that mystery figured out for us. That would be nice. I'd like to know. It's probably money, I think. Ain't that something? Tova Walsh getting government grants while she helps Wendy. Mm-hmm. And was it I can't remember. Maybe it was Fancy that was talking about that. Hey, could they offer her deal to turn on Wendy? I doubt it. I don't think the state has any more plans on offering anybody else any more deals. I don't see it. Because they were talking about Charlie taking some kind of deal or lessen his sentence to flip on Wendy or and I think it was Carl that said that if they did, but he didn't see Georgia doing it, would be like 60 years, 60 plus. So he would never get out anyway. He's going to die in there. Needs to be in a little cave and dingy, moldy, infested, rat infested, roach infested area. No, and now she's the lawyer for that OnlyFans girl, Courtney Clenny. Could they offer a deal? No, I don't think so. I think all the deals for Katie have flown out the window. The ship is sailed, I believe. I don't believe Georgia has any more intentions of any deals. Between Sig and Charlie, Katie, taste in men is off. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd love to know what is worth more to Katie than her freedom. Yeah. What's the dollar amount, Katie? What's the dollar amount? All Charlie's sentences are consecutive. Oh, true. But no matter what, like even if Georgia wanted Wendy so bad and she couldn't get her and she offered him 60 years, right? He's still not getting out. He's 40, what is he, 48 now? Where are all you at? Me, Arizona. I'm Ontario, Canada. I heard Kawas is not on Clenny's case anyway. Oh, maybe Clenny's seen some of this and decided I need a new lawyer. The problem with Katie is she refuses to accept responsibility for a role. Yep. She can't remember anything. Remember, if you guys could just hook something up to my head here and just get it all out, that'd be good. And thank you for getting rid of that horrible person. Was in the other room and heard all it all. Appreciate you and your passion. Thank you, Tennessee girl. I just refuse to let anybody bad mouth Dan as a dad. Like I said, I don't know him. I didn't know him, but it's just all you've got to do is listen to Lewis. He's always on STS. Louis Baptiste. And you can feel it in his words how Dan was as a dad. Oh, really? Where in Ontario? Put like you don't have to put exactly if you don't want to, but who was arrested first? Sigfredo, Luis, and then Katie. Yeah, Sigfredo. Sorry, no, Luis was already in jail, so they went to him. Sigfredo was arrested after, and then Katie. Katie was more worried about Sigfredo than her own children. Yep. It was between her because she thought he was going to get the death penalty. And then Charlie, if she gave up Charlie, she'd have to give up Sigfredo. Oh, you're welcome. Oh, I do. I keep calling her Tennessee girl. I'm sorry, tennis girl. I do not want why. I had to apologize to Metrics too. I went over to his channel and apologized to him because I kept calling him the wrong name the whole time. Okay, yeah, I banned that person. I realized I could do it too. Yeah, Southern Ontario here also. Everyone said he was an amazing dad, truly a tragic loss, especially for his boys, right? Mm-hmm. I will get it right one of these times, tennis girl. Oh boy, I'm so silly. All right. I will go back to this. Thank you all for understanding my burst there. I greatly do appreciate it.
Saved in your phone, right?
You're
I
right.
don't believe so.
Okay. You saw the phone records in this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your phone records.
Yes, ma'am.
And the prosecution was talking about a call being placed with a number that begins with 934. Do you remember that?
I remember it now because keep seeing it in this
Okay.
trial.
And they make a big deal about it.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me today or tell the members of the jury who it was that you were trying to call?
With the what? With
that 934 number. Do you even know whose number that is?
I mean, I believe that it wasn't that Lewis's number.
Oh, no. Well, I'm asking you. At the time, could you testify today and tell me that that was Lewis's number?
No, ma'am.
It could have been Lewis's
It
number.
could have been.
All right. And would it have been reasonable that you were looking for Sigfredo and you tried to call Lewis's old number? If that was his number?
Yes, ma'am.
That sounds reasonable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you can't tell this jury definitively that that's what happened.
Yes, ma'am.
That would show also that you actually didn't know what his current number was.
Yes, ma'am.
You also saw the phone records of July 19th, 2018, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It was up on the board. And you saw the phone records where Luis Rivera called you first.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. On the morning of July 19th.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have an independent recollection of what that conversation was about?
Probably trying to look for Sigfredo.
Okay, so you have been calling Sigfredo all that morning.
Yes, ma'am.
You now know where he was.
Yes, ma'am.
Where was he?
At Shrimp's house.
Who's Shrimp?
The girl that he was talking to.
Stephanie Carmona?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's the exotic dancer?
Yes, ma'am.
And as far as you know at that time, was he living with her?
Yeah, he was living with her.
Did you approve of your children being around?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Was that a point of contention between you and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, it's clear from the records you didn't call him first. He called you.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you had testified that, well, I'll just ask you, were you ever trying to deliver money to Luis Rivera and Mr. Garcia at Jessica Rodriguez's house?
No, ma'am.
Was there ever a time that you picked up money from Mr. Adelson's house that was stapled
No, ma'am.
and that you then delivered that to Mr. Garcia
No, ma'am.
or delivered it to Mr. Rivera?
No, ma'am.
You have been to Jessica Rodriguez's house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is Jessica Rodriguez? Bless you.
Bless you. It's Lewis's baby mama, I guess.
Mother of his kid?
Yeah, mother of his kid.
Okay, they're not married?
No, ma'am.
All right. And you haven't seen her testify throughout this trial, right?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, you had testified previously that you do not remember what you were doing on July 19th, 2014, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If I were to show you a text message of yours from that day, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
That's
Showing the state what's been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit 36.
I hope so too. Tennis girl.
So the rest of them also showing accounts for Mr. Garcia for that.
If that's not the truth right there, right? She had issues with her kids going around a stripper, but Sigfredo drinking and being high all the time, and asking the same person to go and commit a murder, but the line is stripper. The line is stripper. Unbelievable.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Now, without reading out what you're looking at,
Okay.
take a look at the documentation I'm showing you, which is right here. Do you recognize these phone numbers? Whose phone number is that?
Charlie's.
Okay, and this would be a
I don't
conversation.
think the jury could hear him.
Oh, I'm sorry. Speak up. Whose number, whose conversation is this with?
Charlie?
And
Me?
whose name is that?
Me?
Okay. Now just review the conversation you had and let me know if it refreshes your recollection as to what you did that day.
Okay.
Also take a look at the time. I don't want to confuse.
Okay.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you that day?
Took Ethan to the pool.
Who's
I'm
Ethan?
sorry, I couldn't hear.
Took Ethan to the pool.
Okay, and do you remember around what time you took Ethan to the pool?
I believe it was at around 11,
Okay,
like in the morning.
is what how your memory was refreshed with the document I provided to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That would indicate to you that you had your kids that day, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You wouldn't be able to tell me if you picked them up that morning or they were with anyone else that night?
No.
Okay. Is it,
I wonder if Kawas and Elaine are in the same unemployment line now. Because this trial's got to have hurt her. And Johnny Depp's trial hurt Elaine, I'm sure of it.
Has there ever been a time when Yindra watched your kids?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, but you wouldn't be able to tell me exactly when that happened?
Yes.
Or the Adelson Institute printed them out. One or the other. To Katie, coming clean means 10% clean. Yeah. Katie would be getting $900 per child for those issues via Social Security disability benefits. What the answer is, who knows with those people? Elaine is selling Amway. Oh, I love that.
Can you describe for the jury how it is that you started working for the Adelsons?
How I started working?
Yes.
Well, I had asked Charlie for a favor if I could start working for him.
Do you remember when you asked him for that favor?
No, like year-wise,
Date-wise?
probably.
If I were to show you a text message of when you asked him that, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm showing opposing counsel. It's been pre-marked as defense exhibit 33.
Right? Disgusting human beings.
How do I
Honestly,
do this? We're about to for a break. We'll let the jury step out. It could be 15 minutes.
honestly, though, those children, and I hate to say it, are better off without either one of them. They're better off. Yes, it was Banana. Absolutely. So when Katie comes to testify at Donna's trial, does she have an attorney? Or no, she doesn't need one because she is already in prison. She didn't have an attorney when she came to Charlie's either. Because remember on the stand, she's like, and I'm not here with an attorney. If anything would prevent you from committing such a horrible crime, it would be your children. Yep. No, yeah. Needs, no needs, anything. It would definitely be your children. Did Q say something? Oh, that was, yeah.
We'll come back to session for a minute here.
You're welcome.
But be seated, please, since I'm here at 36, which is a significant number beyond what you have in evidence. You must have a number of exhibits. I don't want to spend time stopping here and giving them the document.
Hi, Evelyn. No, they're with her brother. Her boy and girl are with the brother. If one decides to have children, then they come before everything. They need their parents. Exactly. Being raised by wild dogs is better than having Sofredo and Katie. I agree, Jibs, 100%. Went after bad boys, poor and rich alike. She did.
Document at that point in time. So show counsel all the exhibits you intend to show the witness. We'll take 15 minutes. I'll hear from counsel if they wish to be heard. 15 minutes.
Okay, so I have a question for the chat. Here we go. Is there money hid out there somewhere? My belief is yes, Chris. I believe we will find out in Donna's trial. I think absolutely we're going to find out because they have a lot of the financials coming out in Donna's trial. So let me just see here. So that, good to see you again, sir. Thank God those two do not have children. They do have children. They have a little girl and a little boy. Katie was a fool then. If a fool now and will die a fool. Yep. Why would they wait for Donna's trial? I think because it's going to show more. I think Tennis Girl, it's going to show more that the money is coming from Wendy, or sorry, the Donna Harvey side of it. I think once Charlie was in jail, that's when they were really scrambling and making deals. It's wrong, but I get Catherine's argument that she completely lied to the police at the beginning of their investigation in the murder. Yeah, she hasn't stopped lying. She doesn't know how to tell the truth. Truly doesn't. The financials of Wendy's via Harley and Donna were about to come out in the family court case. They are so wealthy, and it's all undercover. Yeah, we just got to see what comes out in Donna's trial. I think a lot of things are going to be more clear to us. Hey, James. But even during the cross-examination of the dentist trial, it just didn't sit right with, like, Katherine was still lying somewhat to the press. She hasn't stopped lying. She'll lie till the day she dies. I think I missed it somewhere. Did they sell the house Charlie's son and baby mama was living in? Both of his houses, and I guess a lot of his real estate's been sold. Bree is not in Florida anymore, and she's been evicted 4 times from different places. No, I was talking Depp Heard trial that they had no. Oh yeah, thank God. Thank God. Welcome back to the Crime and Coffee Chat. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? There we go. Why is pardon me, guys, my chat's froze. Oh, there we go. The whole bad boy thing is explained. Psychology papers as woman who initially believed that violence is part of being a true alpha male. Welcome back, Patricia. I think Wendy likes the bad boys, but the rich for the money. Oh, 100%. I agree on that. Yes, that would have been a real mess. Amber Heard had a daughter, but they don't know who the father is. And there's so many rumors about that too. Oh, it's been puttering around the new place. Her statement she wanted the truth to come out was laughable coming from her. Exactly, Pines. And as she looks out and she can see the Markel sitting there. Come on. It's just ridiculous. Thanks, B-Rabbit. That's what we're aiming for here. So that was part 1. I know I usually do longer lives. Is everybody okay with getting at least part 2 done tonight? And then tomorrow we can do the other 2 parts? It's Elon Musk. Some say it's Franco, some say it's Musk. Yeah. Some say it's a rent-a-child too. In Sounds good for me. Sounds great to me. Okay, because sleep is overrated. Let's drive on. Okay. I just want to make sure for you guys because it is, I couldn't find it all in one. Nobody has it all in one anymore, but Law and Crime has it put in 4 different sections. So we'll go on to part 2. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Okay, I'll get part 2. Okay. She's not a criminal lawyer. No. Always heard that you sleep enough when you're dead. If you search for Wendy's television here on YouTube, someone put together some great videos on all the reasons Wendy was definitely involved in the hit. Oh, thank you. I will look that up. She's an immigration lawyer. Thanks, Sky. Coming clean. I was driving into videos of people getting arrested for shoplifting today. They're addictive, Jane's. Body cam videos. Pardon me. They're very addictive. Okay, here we go. Round 2.
Thank you. So, Ms. Magbanua, I believe where we left off is when you started to seek employment from the
Thank you, Banana.
Charlie. I'm going to, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you the pre-market defense exhibit 33. Take a look at the date and the substance of the text message, and when your memory has been refreshed, let me know.
What was the date you said?
She has it.
I didn't say.
Oh, okay.
You remember? What date was it that you asked Charlie Adelson to help you out with employment?
That was on June 24th of 2014.
2014.
Mm-hmm.
And these are messages that are from Charlie's iCloud account, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Not your phone.
I believe so.
Now, why were you asking Charlie Adelson to help you with employment? Explain to the jury.
Does anybody know what the record is for convicted felons appearing in one person's trial? I wonder if Donna will get the Guinness Book records for it.
The primary reason of why I needed insurance for my children, and in order for me to get insurance for them, you kind of have to be in some type of bracket where you're making X amount of money so that I can get insurance.
So just to clarify, who were you seeking? Is this insurance that you were trying to get from the state of Florida for your 2 children?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's a really bad look there, Katie. You know, you're trying to scam the government to get insurance for your children, but you could go out and get new boobs. Where's your priorities, chick?
And was this through what agency?
DCF?
The Department of Children and Families?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Oh, true.
correct me if I'm wrong, if you made too much money on paper, you would have to pay privately for the insurance.
Yes, you'd have to pay privately, or whoever you're employed with you'd have to, sometimes some places that I work for didn't offer insurance, so it was really, I needed to get insurance for them.
You understand essentially you were defrauding the Department of Children and Families
Yes, ma'am.
to try and get insurance for your children.
Yes, ma'am.
That is what you were doing.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you not work for Charlie Adelson at all?
No, I worked for him.
Did you work at the Adelson Institute?
No, ma'am.
Describe for the
I'll
jury
go later.
what you did for Charlie Adelson.
Well, basically, since he was doing me this favor, I was kind of like his assistant. If he needed any help with like, or if a patient or something was, or, he needed help with, I would help him with that. And he had like rental places too, so I spoke to him about that too.
When you rented places, what do you mean?
He owned a couple properties and then he needed to collect from the tenants in that place or try to find out if everything is up to par in that building or complex.
Would you be responsible for collecting rent or?
Initially, he wanted me to try to collect rent, but those tenants were so difficult. So I just didn't do it.
So you weren't working steady hours for the Adelsons?
No, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
You did, was it just odd jobs that you did for Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
But you had a steady paycheck.
Yes, ma'am.
You saw all of the evidence of when those paychecks began.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have any reason to doubt that the accuracy of those documents?
No, ma'am.
It seems to be a fair and accurate representation of when you were receiving the paychecks.
Yes, ma'am.
And how long did you receive those paychecks?
I believe all the way up to 2016.
Around the time when
Yeah.
Mr. Garcia was arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that sound about right?
I believe so.
And we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Basically.
So just so that we're clear, on paper with your tax returns, it would only show you making a minimal amount of money to the government
Yes, ma'am.
and you weren't declaring any of your cash debts.
No, ma'am.
Is that the only place that you got cash from, was from your cash debts?
The only employment place?
No. Is that the only place that, well, did your mom give you money?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Garcia give you cash?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he steadily give you cash?
Not steadily, no. There wasn't like a set date that he had to give me anything. It would be whenever he had.
When he would, was there ever a time that he'd come to you with this, well, would you consider $1,000 a significant amount of cash?
Yes, ma'am.
And would he give you significant amount of cash to
Yes,
you?
ma'am. Yeah.
You didn't ask?
Her lawyer really messes up right there. She makes a point to say, do you think $1,000 is a significant amount of cash? She asked it a couple times. She really messes up because when Sarah Dugan comes up, oh, she gets her on that one.
Ask him where the money came from?
No, ma'am.
Why?
It could be from illegal activities that.
Objection, Judge.
It's the same.
Yep.
Were you aware that Mr. Garcia was selling cocaine?
No, ma'am.
Objection, Judge.
Overruled.
Did Mr. Garcia have a steady form of legitimate employment?
No, ma'am.
But he would show up on occasion and just give you cash.
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you take it without asking where it came from?
It's for my kids.
Did you have some suspicion about the location or where that money came from?
No.
But you just didn't ask?
Yeah.
Now, I want to talk to you about another personal topic, your breast augmentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, please.
How long have you wanted to have breast augmentation?
For as long as I can remember, since high school, probably.
Who referred you to Dr. Raudner?
Referred me? Well, I asked a couple of people, but I believe Charlie gave me the information for Dr. Rudner.
Do you remember, oh, it's Rudner.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ravner, I don't remember.
Did it, why, well, Charlie, Mr. Adelson was in the medical field.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you receive any other recommendations from other people?
I believe so, but I can't be sure.
Okay, but Charlie is the one that recommended it.
Yes, ma'am.
And who paid for your breast implants?
I did.
All right. How did you pay for your breast implants?
Well, from my cash tips.
Now, we saw how much your breast implants cost,
Yes, ma'am.
and it was around $4,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound about right?
I believe so.
When you pay in cash, do you get any incentive for paying in cash?
Yes, ma'am. Like my initial consultation, which was like in the beginning of that year, that I got it. It was fairly high, so I kind of, I spoke to the doctor. Well, I actually spoke to the treatment coordinator, and I told her, I was like, if I was able to pay in cash, can you give me some type of discount? So they gave me a discount.
So when you got that quote,
Yeah, they gave her the leaky ones. Nobody's gonna buy these. Oh, this lady wants a discount. Oh, sure, we'll give her these ones. Oh yeah, yoy. 50% of men can't tell real ones from fake ones, and the other 50 don't care. Is that per boob or each? Asking for a friend. Yeah. Actually, the trial, Young Thug's trial, is off the charts for criminals as witnesses. Oh, I'm going to have to look into that one. I haven't seen it. Can we all agree that Katie is brain dead and has no clue anything? Yep, I'm sure you're not getting anybody saying anything different. Refurbished. Sorry. Oh my God, it caught the corner of my eye. I think, Sky, that deserves 2 moldy stacks. Oh my God. I thought it was sad that Charlie paid for them. It's not proven. It'll come out. I'm sure it will. Oh. Katie wanted to get a brain implant, but Charlie would only pay for half. Having this woman take the stand for the prosecutors is like telling the jury to take a leap of faith. No, they have her on the stand because they point out all her lies. That's what they do. I don't see any of the intellectual chat friends fleeing to watch late night talk, such as Kimmy, Colburn, etc. It's dumb like, yep. Oh, June said that Charlie paid for one. Yep. Absolutely. You win the chat. Take 2 moldy stacks of petty cash. Oh, that caught me off guard. Okay, sorry, guys.
well, you basically worked your cash tips until you saved up enough money.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Evelyn. She's lied so many times on the stand. She's lied in her proffer. She's lied so much that when the prosecution brings her up there, it's just constant nailing her on her lies because she can't keep them straight. So she'll lie again and lie again. So that's what she's there for.
Charlie Adelson cheat on you, to your knowledge?
Like, was he speaking to other women?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge, no. I mean, I can't be sure what he was doing.
Would you have considered it cheating on you?
If he was talking to other people?
Yes.
It wasn't like that, so it's, yeah, I guess since if we were talking to each other at that time, so yeah, I guess I'd say,
Do you remember
feel like somebody's cheating on me.
Do you remember ever getting into an argument with him over a specific case of infidelity or no?
No.
Yes, she is, Chris.
When was your breast augmentation?
No, I believe it was October.
So this is October of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
This is another big event that you remember, right?
Yes.
Now, When did you officially start working for Charlie
Nice.
Adelson?
September, I believe.
And we can
It
rely
was
on
like
the
a
date of
month
the
before
record.
that, yes.
Okay. Were you broken up at that time
Broken up with him?
with Charlie? Around the time of the breast augmentation?
Yes.
Were you still?
Like, were we not seeing each other as often?
You'd let me know. I don't, what you
Yes,
remember
yeah.
around that time.
Mhm.
So you
I don't
guys
think so.
were no longer seeing each other as much?
Yes.
Okay. How did your relationship with Charlie transition from a sexual relationship to more of a friendship? Because I don't want to use the term breakup, because
Yeah.
am I saying it correctly, or?
Yeah, because it's not like we had an official date that we were, started going out. It's not like we have an anniversary date. So it's just, we
Oh,
just
Ian, you
started,
killed me.
hanging out more often with each other.
Is it fair to say that you got frustrated with Charlie because he wasn't as available as he once was?
Yes.
I know this is another term that people use. Did it seem like he was ghosting you?
Probably.
And what does that mean?
Like when they kind of just dwindle down and not there.
Not answering your calls as much? Do you remember when that happened?
I can't put a specific time. No.
Okay, but is it fair to say that was before the breast augmentation?
Yes.
Was Mr. Garcia there to help you with your
Yes.
recovery?
Yeah.
Who were you living with at the time that you had the breast augmentation?
By myself and the kids.
Thanks for the
Your mom
image,
wasn't with you
Chris.
anymore?
No.
Appreciate
Where
it.
was your mom?
My mom lived up north with my brother,
Which brother?
with Francis,
No, I was reading
brother
it as I did it.
Francis.
Sorry.
Where does he live?
in Tamarack.
Where is Tamarack in relation to North Miami? Is it up north?
Yes.
Is it in Fort Lauderdale?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely, Evelyn. All the juries have been different for each one of these cases. They don't have the same jurors.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear her answer to the
Yes.
question where she
Me
was
too.
living in October 2014. I think she answered, I just didn't hear it.
I was living in an apartment with the kids.
Do you remember which apartment? The
It
Chesapeake
was
Beach one?
around 125th in Biscayne, like around that vicinity.
So you moved from the North Bay Village apartment into now a different apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
But Mr. Garcia didn't move in with you?
No, ma'am.
Did he stay overnight with you when you were recovering from the breast surgery?
Yeah,
Right.
he took care of me the whole time.
Now, the first couple weeks with breast augmentation, are you practically bedridden?
Actually, I recovered pretty quick. So, I mean, I was pretty much driving on the 5th day.
Oh.
Yeah.
But even though Mr. Garcia was stepping up and helping out with the kids,
Mhm.
were you back together?
At that time, no.
Why did you move out to the North Bay Village apartment?
I moved out of it. My rent was just so high.
Do you remember at that time what your rent was?
I think they raised it to like 1,700.
A month?
Yes.
And that was too much money for you?
Yes, ma'am.
The apartment that you moved into when you said on 125th, how much was that rent?
I know it was a lot lower. But it was probably like, I don't know if it's like 1,100 or somewhere around that area.
Sure, they'll be asked.
And how long were you in that apartment? If you were
I think a year.
a full year.
I believe so.
Did you sign a 1-year lease?
Yes.
In January of 2015, so this is now almost 2 months after your breast augmentation. Are you fully?
Sorry, guys. So yes, Georgia will go at her, and then Rashbaum's going to go at her again. And then she'll be carted back to Lowell. She's ruthless. Someone is going to be benefiting big time from her continue withholding of vital information. Yep. I agree. Jail braids. Kwas, Get real. Ask Katie about the wiretaps and how you were pressing Charlie for a boat. Yep. I can only speak for myself, but 2015 was a very good year. I can't remember. I sound like Katie now. I can't remember.
You recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when you returned to work at the clubs?
How did I remember? Like after my surgery?
After your surgery.
Probably a couple weeks after that.
Did you go back to work?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Her proffers are even worse than her testifying. Oh my God.
Your Honor, may I, Coach?
You bet.
Ms. Magbanua, I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as a
Sure.
defense exhibit number 22. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that?
Me?
Okay. Do you remember around what time that picture was taken?
Not the specific time, but it seems
It is.
accurate.
One with
Oh, what's
her
the
On
date?
the
right over.
timestamp.
Make sure you speak to the microphone near to you. When you're looking down, it's hard to hear you.
It's on 4/7/2015.
Do you know where you are in that photograph?
Yes, I was in Fate nightclub.
All right, and it's a fair and accurate representation
true.
of what you looked like when you were working at the club.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time I'd
Tap
move
dancing.
defense exhibit 22 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
Be it.
Permission to publish in the jury.
You bet.
Or taking the turkey.
And in the meantime, is it, without sounding too superficial, did your tips increase
Yes, ma'am.
after your surgery?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in the meantime, around January of 2015, was Mr. Garcia in an accident?
January 2015. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What kind of accident was he in?
A motorcycle accident.
Was he in that accident with anybody else?
Yes.
Who was he in the accident with?
To that girl. Shrimp.
Shrimp.
Uh-huh.
And at this time, I'll publish the photograph.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely,
Okay, so when you
banana.
were working the bottle service at the clubs, that's your uniform.
Yes, ma'am.
And how many hours would you work at night?
I mean, it depends. It depends on when they tell us to come in.
Night depth.
Now, this was about 5 years ago.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You look a lot different now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, why?
I've been incarcerated.
She's put on the felon 20.
What is that right there? For the record, I'm pointing at a red thing in the photograph.
It's actually like the separator, so like when our clients come into the club.
Going to VIP?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're now talking about the motorcycle accident.
Yes, ma'am.
To your knowledge, was this a pretty serious motorcycle
Yes,
accident?
ma'am.
Was he severely injured?
Yes, ma'am.
And by he, I mean Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
Do you know if Miss Carmona, AKA
I'm
Shrimp, was
sorry
she
that she's
seriously
so
injured too?
stupid.
I believe so.
How did you find out that he had been in this car accident?
Actually, I think Rivera called me and told me that he was in a car accident. I mean, not car accident,
Thank
a
you,
motorcycle accident.
Do you remember where you were when you got that message?
I was in Disney
With who?
with the kids.
And do you remember what your reaction was to Mr. Rivera when he told you that Mr. Garcia had been in a terrible car accident?
Yeah, I was, like I was worried. I said, is he okay? They said, yeah, he's okay, but he's like badly hurt. But at that time, I was kind of, like I was not doing well with him.
And did Mr. Rivera tell you who he was on the bike with?
Yes,
Did that have
Absolutely
something to
fine.
do with
yes,
how you felt about it?
yes.
Did Mr. Rivera, Mr. Garcia, to your knowledge, receive any money as a settlement from that accident?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you know how much money he received?
Not to the top of my head.
But it's fair to say it, definitely you and Mr. Garcia are not back together in January of 2015, which is
No.
when the bike accident happened.
No.
Okay. Let's talk about the Lexus. Okay.
Let's get into
How
it.
did you come into possession of the Lexus?
How did I come into possession of it?
How'd you get it?
Well, I was borrowing it before because I got in a car accident and like around April
Yep.
of
Oh,
me too.
2015.
So let's start there. You got
Yes.
into a car accident of April 2015.
Yes,
Were you driving?
yes.
What car were you driving?
My Mazda,
What color was it?
white.
Okay. Was it an SUV?
Yes.
Putting up with Katie, it should be.
And did you have any access to any other vehicles?
No, ma'am.
And around April of 2015, with this car accident, do you remember if you and Mr. Garcia were still in a relationship? Or were you still broken up?
On April 2015?
Yeah.
Yeah, we weren't together at that time.
Not together, okay. So the car, is it totaled? The
My
Mazda?
car?
Yeah.
I got rear-ended, so it was pretty damaged.
And did you ask to borrow the Lexus, or did Charlie Adelson offer for you to borrow the Lexus?
No, I asked him.
You asked him to borrow it.
I believe so.
You're right,
Okay.
Ian.
And let's talk about this vehicle,
Mhm.
okay? Was it well kept,
Yes,
clean,
yes,
and but it had a lot of miles on it?
yes.
All right. So you were driving it for how long
Mhm.
when he lent it to you in early 2015? Did you ever give it back to him?
I think I did.
When did you pay for the Lexus?
I don't remember the exact date.
Did you see the title transfer?
Yes,
Okay. With the date, did you pay for it around the time that you changed the registration, or you paid for it at a different time?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know how you paid for it?
Yes,
How did you pay for it?
cash.
Okay.
Everything.
Is the amount that's reflected on the DMV registration, is that an accurate amount that you paid for it?
Yes,
So you did pay $1,700 for it.
yes,
It was below value.
yes,
No.
Was Mr. Adelson doing you a favor?
yes.
Did you and Sigfredo get back together in 2015?
Yes.
When?
Yep.
I
Don't-
think it was
Aren't they in the
May, the
same
Pacquiao
building?
fight.
And why does the Pacquiao fight stand out as a significant date for you?
Because that was the day that like we hung out that night, and that's a significant date for me to know that when we officially got back together.
Now, between July of 2014 to almost a year later, was Mr. Garcia still actively pursuing a relationship with you?
From 2015 to,
Between July of 2014, when Charlie started fading away in the background,
okay,
until you get back together with Sigfredo in 2015, was Mr. Garcia actively pursuing you in
Yeah.
terms of trying to get back together with you?
yes, ma'am.
I gotta tell her. Evelyn, she's not on the defense's witness list. She's on the prosecution's witness list. She's not on the defense. The defense will have a chance to cross-examine her, and as they did in Charlie's trial, they're going to go after her. But she is a state witness, not a defense witness.
Did it make it easier because Mr. Adelson was now out of the picture?
Oh, yes.
Did you and
That's
Charlie
what I
Adelson
find.
continuously talk up until Mr. Garcia was arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
So from 2013 until Mr. Garcia's arrest in 2016, there
Donna's
was, you
witness.
continued a relationship, a friendship with
Yes,
Mr.
Donna's
Adelson.
trial, state witness.
So if we looked at your phone records,
That's
there would be
okay.
a constant communication with you and Mr. Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
Also constant communication with Mr. Garcia.
Yes,
You're all
ma'am.
right. Don't worry about it.
Did you tell Mr. Garcia after May of 2015 that you were still talking to Mr. Adelson?
No.
Did you ever tell Mr. Garcia that you were working for Mr. Adelson?
No.
Why?
He would be very angry.
Okay. You kept that from him.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a time when you began working for Jerome Obed?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is Jerome Obed?
Well, he used to be Charlie's
I agree.
roommate, I guess, in his house.
Hi, Becky.
The house that
You're
has
not
been
late.
discussed
You're here
throughout the
on
course
time.
of this trial?
Yes, ma'am.
The house that's in Fort Lauderdale,
Yes, ma'am. In Whale Harbor.
Whale Harbor Drive or something like that, right? So Jerome Obed used to live in that house with Mr.
Oh, you're so sweet,
Adelson?
Miss
Yes,
Guy.
ma'am.
Thank
Alright.
you so much.
Were you,
I
how often would
appreciate
you
it.
be at Mr. Adelson's house when you guys were dating? Did you ever sleep over?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember there being a safe in his house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, was it a big safe or a little safe?
Right?
It was big.
Right?
Like, and you saw my hands, I kind of went up to my height and then I'm 5'4" plus heels and I went down here. So about my height, like,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, so that's a big safe.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever see what was inside of the safe?
No, ma'am.
Right, Jibs?
Did Mr. Adelson ever take or count money in your presence?
No, ma'am.
Like stacks of hundreds?
No, ma'am.
Right. Now, when you were working for Mr. Obed, was he still a roommate of Mr. Adelson's?
Not quite sure.
Okay. What did he do for a living?
Dr.
Mr.
Obed?
Dr. Obed.
He's a dermatologist.
And what did you do for him in his office?
Same thing. Office, the front desk, office work, clerical, answer
That's what the kids are calling it today, clerical. Oh, okay. I understand now.
phones, faxing.
Did Charlie Adelson assist you in obtaining this employment?
Yeah, I believe he lost his employee, or his employee was going to move to another job, so he needed somebody in the front. So he's like, why don't you hire Katie?
Okay. Did Mr. Obed agree to pay you under the table?
We had some type of agreement, yes.
Okay. But were you getting paid legitimately some, but
Yes.
also getting extra under the table?
Yes, ma'am.
Why was he doing that for you?
Well, because he knew my situation, I told him, I was like, the only way that I can really take this job is if you kind of put me in some type of bracket again so that I can get insurance for the kids. Because he looked into trying to get insurance for all the employees, but there's only like 3 of us.
Okay.
So it was going to be very high, I guess.
All right. And then how long did you work for Dr. Obed?
I can't
Maybe a
remember.
couple months.
Now, what's the next job that you had after that?
I can't
After
remember.
Dr. Obed, so we're looking at 2015, 2016. See, I'm a little mixed up on my dates because I don't even know sometimes what year we're on.
Okay. So I'm going to move forward to Optimar Realty. Okay.
Okay.
Who got you that?
So I'm not, are you from the United States, Evelyn? So I can say for Florida because I know now is when the state's attorney calls you as a witness. You can, I guess you can say you're going to take the fifth, but they can give you use and derivative immunity. That's what Wendy has, which means anything that is said on the stand cannot be used against her. It does not protect her from prosecution. Thank Jesus. And that is that she's already a felon. She's already been convicted. She could do what Sigfredo says or does and doesn't show up. What are they going to do? Hold you in contempt? You're in for life anyway. So, but that's what that is. It only takes around 6 seconds around a stranger for humans to start. Yep. Wendy is a mouth breather. Yes, she is. Such a confident liar. Means she's done it for a long time. Very long time. Okay. Why did Katie turn down full immunity? Someone's promised her something or threatened her with something else. 100%. It's the mystery. It is absolutely the mystery. I think there's money.
That job.
Yindra?
Was Yindra already working there?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's Yindra Velasquez Mascaro?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And describe for the jury what your setup was in terms of office space when you were working at Optimar Realty.
Well, she worked for Optimar Realty.
Okay.
It was the realtor that I worked for. I think he was just kind of like an independent realtor.
Horrible.
And we, you know, since she had her own office and there was like a little section, it's really small. It's like there's offices after offices, but instead of cubicles, it was like a glass. And she's like, oh, like if we set up a little table, maybe you can just be in the office with me. So then I took up like a little corner of her office space.
So you guys shared office space?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I know you said you didn't remember, but you are now aware of the fact that your phone was being wiretapped by the FBI, right?
Was I aware of it?
Not then, you're aware now.
Oh, yes.
Okay. But back then you had no idea that anyone was listening on your phone calls, right?
No.
Absolutely.
Because I played you a phone call of you from April 14th of 2016. Would that refresh your recollection as to when you began work with Optimar Realty?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound about right for 14?
You said April
14th.
14th of 2016, right? Yes.
And what I'll do is instead of playing for you now, I'll come back to that and then on the break we'll play it and,
Okay.
okay?
Absolutely.
So now we're in 2016,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? How are things with you and Mr. Garcia?
They're great.
Where were you guys
Oh, they're
living?
good.
We were living in like the exact address
No, you can give me like a
was
general
like-
area.
around 125th and Biscayne again, but it was just on the other side.
So it's a different location from the one that you were living at before.
Yes.
So you and Mr.
So
Garcia
a
then
lot.
moved in together.
Mhm.
What kind of, was it an apartment, a condo, or
It was a little townhouse.
a little townhouse?
Mhm.
Okay. What was your rent, if you remember?
Probably like 1,500.
Okay, and that was between you and Mr. Garcia? And the
Yes.
kids were living
Yes.
there too? Okay, so in 2016,
I think you're right, Jim.
you now realize around April, something weird happened with
No, I
Mr.
don't
Eagleson.
believe so.
Yes.
Okay, now, up until this incident of someone approaching him and threatening his mother on the street, or not him, threatening his mother on the street,
Mhm.
you guys were still in constant communication, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the wiretaps reflect that.
Yes, ma'am.
You've listened to all the wiretaps in this case. Oh, that's a question, yes.
I
Have you
think
listened
so.
to all the, yes, the ones I provided to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. Dog's got to go. I'll be
And
right back.
what we heard in court is not all of the wiretaps.
Yes, ma'am. Bless you.
So I want to go over some things in terms of what we have all described as the bump, okay? And I have the transcripts. If we need to refresh your recollection, okay? You were sitting in court and you heard these phone calls being played, right?
Mhm.
But it wasn't the first time you heard them.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So now I want to reference you to the first call. And since you were a party to this conversation, you'll be able to help explain to the jury from what you remember what was going on, okay? So I'm gonna reference call 1392, which was on April 19th of 2016, okay? This is apparently the first phone call to you from Mr. Adelson.
Okay.
All right. This is the first time that he has informed you that someone approached his mother on the street.
Okay.
Okay? You remember that, right?
Yes.
Did you hear yourself on the recording when you
Yes,
said,
ma'am.
what?
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe to the jury why you answered him that way?
Yeah, I was confused.
Did you have any idea or know what was going on?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. Adelson told you that someone walked up to his mom and referenced an ex-girlfriend.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Didn't Mr. Adelson explain to you why he was calling you
Did he explain to me why he was
on that
calling
call?
me?
Like, did he say to you, you're my last ex-girlfriend, this is the reason I'm calling you?
Yeah.
What was your concern at this point in terms of what Charlie Adelson was telling you? Did you have any? Any concern that someone was saying your name?
Yeah. Like, why are they mentioning my name?
But at this point, you don't even know if it's really you.
Yes. Because he said ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
I failed. So I said to Patricia, I said, that's exactly what it is. Like, I think it's for her. We know she's guilty. We know she's part of it. We know all of that. If it wasn't for that deal and her turning it down, I don't think we would follow along with Katie as much as we do. I think that's what's got us all just not understanding what's going on.
You even asked him, who said I did anything wrong, right? In fact, Mr. Adelson said, I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said they mentioned your name in it. That's why I'm calling you. That's what he told you.
Okay.
Okay. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes.
All right. Did you have any idea what was going on at that point?
No.
All right. Now, he calls you again, Mr. Adelson, right? And he actually tells you in that phone call, which is the day before you meet with him at Dolce Vita. You
Okay.
remember that, right?
Yes.
Okay. He references in that call, which is call number 1394, that there was something about an exchange of a paper
Okay.
and that he was going to show it to you
Okay.
when he saw you the next day. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And he said, you're my best friend. I'll show you what it is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna object to reading.
Sustained.
Yeah, like I said, it's very rare our court system's opened at all. Where in Canada are you from, Lee?
What happened the very next day?
When we met up in Dolce Vita?
Mhm.
What do you mean? Like, what happened? Like, we went to Dolce Vita and he was just like talking.
Okay, so let's talk about Dolce Vita. Were you aware at that time that he had already met with his mother?
I don't know. I don't remember.
When you sat down with him at Dolce Vita,
Mm-hmm.
did he show you a paper with Dan Markel's face on it?
No, ma'am.
Did you see any paper with a phone number on it?
No, ma'am.
Anything with any numbers on it?
No, ma'am. He didn't show me any paper.
He didn't show you any paper.
Mm-mm.
What, to the best of your recollection, was he telling you at that table? I know he talks a lot.
Yes. He said, I know he mentioned about somebody approaching his mother. I don't know if he said girlfriend or specifically said my name at that time because I don't remember that day that clearly. But I mean, that's about it. He just started going off on scenarios and I kind of just lost him.
Did he mention anything to you about a homicide out of Tallahassee?
No, ma'am.
Did he mention anything about his ex-brother-in-law being murdered?
No, ma'am.
He kept that from you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ask you to do anything for him?
He asked if I can call that number.
Did he explain to you why he wanted you to call it?
Because I believe they said ex-girlfriend or my name.
Did he ever explain to you why he didn't want to call it?
No.
Did you ask?
No.
Describe for the jury as best as you can Charlie Adelson's personality.
Right, Patricia.
I mean, he just kind of goes off and talks and talks and talks sometimes. And I mean, I just sit there and listen, but half the time I'm not really paying attention.
Now, you've been incarcerated for the past 3 years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an
I'm not too sure, Banana, because from what I've seen, I thought it was going to be in evidence, but maybe maybe it's the Donna's actual one that she has. I'm not too sure.
opportunity to view the Dolce Vita video that was introduced into evidence?
I believe so, towards the end.
I was able to show it to you.
Yes.
Were you able to decipher any of the conversation on that phone call,
No.
even though you were sitting there?
Yes.
Do you hear yourself a lot?
No.
It's Charlie talking.
Yes.
Okay. But you were there.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
there anything from what you saw in that video, did it jog your memory as to any specifics?
No, ma'am.
Had he mentioned a homicide, would you have remembered that?
Yes, ma'am.
After you leave Dolce Vita, did you call Mr. Garcia?
I don't believe so.
Did you text Mr. Garcia?
No.
The best way for us to know if that happened would be if we had your records.
Yeah, if I looked at my phone records.
Okay. Now, you don't speak to Mr. Garcia or see him until when?
Same here.
After getting this information from Mr. Adelson.
Yes.
When is the next time do you think you speak or see Mr. Garcia? Because you guys are living together.
We lived together, yes, so probably when I got home.
Maybe.
All right. Do you remember if you specifically told Mr. Garcia at that time who was being threatened?
Who was being threatened? I don't think I specifically said who it was.
Is it
It just-
possible that you did?
I can't say if I did it.
And I'm just trying to try and get as close, but if you don't remember,
Yeah, I don't remember.
is it fair to say at some point he does find out that this person who's being threatened is Charlie?
Well, his mother.
Well, yes, but the relation is to Charlie.
Yes.
How did he feel about the fact that he now found out that you were still talking to him?
Yeah, he was angry.
Okay. You remember the phone call where you are in an argument with Mr. Garcia? We heard it played in court, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What, do you know what Mr. Garcia meant when he said, the less you know, the better?
No.
Okay. Why didn't you ask him any questions well, apart from the fact that he hung up on you, but did you ever follow up what he meant by that?
No, because we were probably arguing at that time and he just never really tells me anything like to that extent, just Katie, you don't need to know anything.
Did you ever call that number?
Did I ever call it? No.
Did you tell Charlie you were going to do it?
Yes.
Yeah, I honestly think because there was something about a bump letter. So it was probably when they went through Donna and Harvey's house. Or if they gave it to Charlie, then maybe it was when they went through Charlie's house. One good thing about that is you're not tied up for a couple weeks, but jurors here are sequestered, at least in Ontario. And they only show the judge, not the defendant. I only realized it was same for Canada when I couldn't see the Charles. Yep. And oh gosh, why is his name slipping me? Anyway, the military guy, Colonel Williams, couldn't get into that either. That was so close to me. And my mother lived in the town where a couple of the women were attacked. Jessica, the one that was murdered, she was a friend from school. It was very close. Women weren't allowed to go out by themselves, everything, till they found him. The U.S. court system is open to the public. We can walk in and watch proceedings. It's a very slow process, but grateful that it is transparent. Absolutely. Welcome. I wish it was here too. Yeah. Colonel Williams. Yeah. Just told you I'm bad with names. I actually was in a restaurant with him a few times. Not with him, but he was there at the same time. Oh, wow. It would be a pain to be sequestered. I was a juror on a case 2 years ago. It was the longest 3 weeks of my life. I wish I could be on the juror for Donna. That's quite fascinating. Russell Williams' interrogation is Hall of Fame. It is. And when I tell you that guy, to look in his face, because I've actually looked in his face, it was nothing. There was nothing there. Just evil, evil. Like where he had his cottage in Tweed on Stokoe Lake, my mom lived maybe, I'll put it in American terms, probably about 4 miles, not far from him. The distracted by the hair patch, absolutely. Oh, Russell, that was really something. I didn't really know anything about it until searched it on YouTube. What a sicko. Yeah, so in my hometown is only, again, for a normal person, it's about a 35-minute drive to Tweed. For me, it's like a 20-minute drive. And then at the air base where he worked is only 15 minutes from me. So all women until he was caught were on curfew. You weren't allowed out on the streets at a certain time without somebody else. You weren't allowed out by yourself at all. It was a tough go. Oh, there's Dog Mom. Welcome back, dog. Yeah, it was a tough go, that Russell Williams. Like, maybe someday I should do his interrogation or his interview, whatever you want to call it, because I could actually call out a lot of things that he says in there because, well, I lived it. And Jessica was a school friend. I'm a child advocate for the courts here. I accompany kids who have to testify in DV and divorce cases, so I get to see. That's sad, but it's a great job you do, Patricia. Those children, they need somebody there that can support them for sure. Oh, not was an interrogation. It definitely was. That the I think Isom should watch that. Sorry, we went off the rails there, but I might do Russell Williams because considered a prolific serial, yeah, in Canada. Yes, and he's also been linked to Paul Bernardo. If anybody knows about Paul Bernardo, and because Scarborough Bluff, I can't say the word on YouTube, but starts with an R. The Scarborough Bluff, they were still trying to look at Paul Bernardo about it, but Russell Williams was actually still in that area too at the time, so it's never came out. Hey Paul, welcome back. So no, Paul Bernardo was he was the one that, oh geez, the words that you need to say you can't say on YouTube. He was the one that unalived Kristen French, Leslie Mahaffey, and then him and his wife tortured, SA'd her sister on Christmas Eve, and then unalived her. Him and his wife. His wife is living, well, she's out now. Karla Homolka, she's out now. Last time I heard, she was in, I think it was Dominican, somewhere like that. Oh, I know Paul Bernardo and his crazy. Yep. That was something else too. Evelyn, you can go into federal courts. They definitely have more security walking in, but so too state courts. Grand jury is not open to the public for obvious reasons, though. That is amazing. It must be a pretty heartbreaking job. I would imagine. I bet you do an amazing job. Yeah, I thank you for doing it. Where'd you say? Oh, true. Don't worry about the profanity. It's fine. There's just certain words I'm not allowed to say, which is silly, but oh, my virgin years. Yep. Yep. Exactly, Patricia. Yes, they're like modern day Bonnie and Clyde, crazy people, horrifying. His victim was Carla's sister. Yep. She was the third victim, and everybody is still believing there's more victims. He was actually up for parole last year or the year before, but somebody in there did something, got him in trouble, so he's still there. He'll get out someday. He'll get out. Canadians don't leave you in there for life. It's just not how it's worked. It does. Excellent tiptoe through the YouTube minefield. Takes 2 moldy stacks from petty cash. Thank you. I was like, let me just see. My job is why I despise this bitch so much. 100%. That's what I was talking about earlier. Carl Steinbach is not tolerate any cuss words, and I just want to go nuts on all the questions in this chat. No, you know what? I don't mind. Where was Carla? Where was Luca Magbanua from? I'm not sure who Luca is. Sorry. Steinbeck. I think that's the right spelling of his last name. I think so too. He come from New York City. Oh, okay. That's why I wasn't recognizing the name. But yeah, those are the two massive cases in Ontario. Of course, the BC pig farmer, things like that. But when Carla went to be paroled or anything like that, nobody was allowed near it. She quickly dyed her hair, took off. Actually, sorry, when she first got out, she moved to Quebec. This bitch had two kids. She was going to the schools. This is Canada's when it comes to this stuff. She was going to schools to drop her kids off. Even with her crime, she was allowed to go on trips with her children, with the school. She was allowed to supervise other people's children. She got ran out of town when people started finding out who she was because they gave her a new name, everything as soon as she got out. I believe that too. He was only tried and convicted of the girls who went missing and were found in the same place. But there was lots who were not reported missing. Yeah. Don't F with the cat, guys. I'm on the phone and I definitely can't see most of the chatters. Bernardo, or whatever his last name is, along with Carla Homolka. Yeah, those two. Yep. Carla was his wife. Yep, they did. Sorry, guys, we went off the rails there.
You lied to him.
Yes.
Who did you ask to make that phone call?
Sigfredo.
Why did you ask Mr. Garcia to make that phone call on your behalf?
Well, he's the father of my kids. If I needed something, I'd ask him.
But you told Mr. Adelson that you did in fact call.
Yes. Well, now that I reviewed the phone calls, yes. I probably just said it just to shut him up because keeps on and on about, the situation.
Why didn't you call the police?
It really wasn't my place to call the police.
What do you
And
mean
I
by-
know I heard myself saying it because at that time I was already frustrated at the situation. But for me to, what am I going to call the police and say, I have a friend that's getting threatened?
Good one.
I have a friend's mom that's getting threatened and might have said my name. They're going to think I'm crazy.
So you never do call the police?
No.
Now, we hear on a phone call, a very long phone call, and you sounded very frustrated.
Yes, ma'am.
You were using a lot of bad language
I
with
know.
Charlie. Why were you frustrated with that?
Well, first off, that phone call is very embarrassing.
Oh.
It's so embarrassing.
I mean, I didn't even know that I could say that many bad words in a 23-minute span, but.
Is it weird to listen to yourself?
Yes.
You had any idea at this point that you were being recorded?
No.
Would you have stopped using your phone if you were involved in criminal activity?
Of course.
So why are you yelling at him on the phone like that?
Why was I yelling at Charlie?
Yeah.
Like that? He's just, because he keeps on, it's the same thing over and over. I don't know how many different phone calls. Frankly, I don't even know if this is all the phone calls because it seems like times jump and dates jump. So where's the calls in the middle of the phone log that we received? So I was frustrated because it was over and over and over the same thing, different scenarios. And it's just I thought he was losing it.
Now, is it weird for Mr. Adelson to
I
be
wrote it
acting
down
all paranoid?
and I'm going to look it up.
No, he's usually a paranoid person.
Why?
I don't know exactly why, but he just always has different scenarios for situations, and he thinks it's kind of like a know-it-all. He thinks he knows.
Did he ever try to come off to you talk about ties to the Russian mafia or anything like that?
I think I've heard him like mention something like that before, but
In your relationship with him, does he
Yeah.
talk grandiose
Yeah.
things all the time? But it's fair to call him a paranoid person, right?
yes,
Now, I want to talk to you about the phone call where you are talking to Mr. Garcia,
yes,
and you say to him, you give him a dollar amount, and you correct him and saying, this is not for Ethan's clothes,
yes,
and it's a number that you're giving him a dollar amount.
yes.
You weren't talking about clothes, were you?
No, I wasn't.
You were talking in code.
Yes.
Now, at that time, do you know why you were talking in code?
At that specific time, I might have been around my children or at work.
Okay. Did Charlie ever specifically request of you, like, to limit your conversations on the phone?
No,
Did Charlie ever say to you, don't talk on this phone anymore, Catherine?
no.
Okay. Now, the next phone call that you have, you do sound like you are speaking in terms of realty. It sounds like you're talking in code. Are you talking in code?
What's the next phone call?
Okay. All right, I think this is April 26th.
Oh,
It was at 4:33 p.m. It's called V. And you are referencing that you got the number mixed up. And then you kind of talking about a really good client in terms of realty, real estate ventures.
Okay.
Were you talking about real estate ventures, if you remember?
For that specific phone call, I might not have been.
Is it possible that you were talking in code?
Probably.
Why would you be talking in code about real estate stuff?
I was probably next to Yendra at work
And where does Yendra work?
in realty.
Right.
In a realty
Yeah.
office.
Mm-hmm.
Nice area.
You also remember call Z, correct? Which is April 24th of 2016, that talking about flushing the problem.
Uh,
Do you remember that one?
I think so.
Who initially answered the phone?
Yendra.
Yindra.
Yes.
And that's why Charlie was saying, I thought I was talking to you.
Yes.
All right.
Kind of do sound alike on the phone now that I hear.
You never thought you sounded alike before?
No.
Now, when you say he was referencing you want the problem flushed,
Mm-hmm.
was that in anything directly related to what was going on, or he was just saying that?
Objection, speculation.
It's the same.
You have no idea what he was talking about.
No idea what he's talking about.
Is that something that was very common when you're talking to Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
You also remember a phone call where he starts saying things like Tuto, Taco, but he said Tuto's name. Remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember that it's almost like he was saying he didn't know Tuto's name? Do you remember that?
Objection, leaving.
Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
He knew who Tuto was, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, leading.
Did he know?
Let's not lead your own with, that's clear.
Did he know who Tuto was?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that?
I've said his name
Okay.
to him.
Did you find that strange that he was saying that to you on the phone?
Yes.
I know, it made me want to have a taco.
And on these recordings, there are recordings of you talking about you working for Charlie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There's also a recording of you talking about paying for the Lexus, right?
Yes, ma'am.
She did.
Then we also heard a phone call. The last phone call that we heard between you and Charlie was on May 13th of 2016, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But there are many other recorded phone calls after that, right?
I would think so.
In fact, let's jump forward now to when Mr. Garcia gets arrested. Okay, that's the day that you remember.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Hey, Matrix. Metrics. I just thought I'd throw
How
that
did you
in
find
there.
out that Mr. Garcia was arrested?
What is he? Katie is trying so hard to come across as a polite and friendly member of society. It's like watching a bad actor in a play. It's horrible. It's like, it's just, oh my God. Who was it? I think it was Jibs. What'd you say, Jibs? Watching Katie testify is like rubbing chili in your eyes. It's horrible. I told everyone I went over to your page and apologized for messing up your names. That's why I said what I did in the beginning. But it's metrics. It's there now. You really should come on, metrics, and let us know what these little chit chats you've been having with Miss Special K here. The police work was amazing once they started putting all the evidence together. I'm glad that both state and federal agencies work together. Once they got off the Wendy Kool-Aid, like I believe they were, Isom in the beginning was drinking some Wendy Kool-Aid for sure. Because like him telling her that Dan wasn't going to make it was, I think, the worst move he made. I think if he would have said he's in surgery and left it at that, I think we would have seen a completely panicked Wendy. I'm sure the police themselves were shocked as I was. I'm sure. Absolutely. Katie, why are you taking dollar from a man who is banging someone else? Yeah, she was all in it for the money. She is... You can't really even just call her a gold digger because she was on both sides of the tracks, right? She really didn't care what side of the tracks, just wherever it was good at the moment.
How did I find out? How did I find out that day? I was looking. I believe I was on the phone with him, and I think he thought somebody was like following him, and that was like probably my last conversation.
Did he come home and tell you about the fact that agents came to his job
Yeah, that was the day prior to that, I believe.
the day before?
Yes.
Did anything weird happen to you on that day?
Apparently they were knocking at the same time at my door because I was working from home at that time.
So let's talk about
True.
that.
Yeah.
You're in the townhouse that we spoke about, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we can rely on the dates as being the same day that the detectives went and spoke to Mr. Garcia at his job, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened while you're at home by yourself?
Thanks,
So
Lori. Welcome to the
I
coffee crew.
somebody knocked hard on the door.
Describe it for me.
It was just like a loud knock, like it's police. It's like they knocked.
We're going here. When Charlie met her, she must have boasted about a Latin King connection, and Charlie's eyes must have... I honestly think Charlie probably did a background check on her and Sigfredo. He probably did a background check on a lot of people to see who he could rope in, and he got lucky with her at Sophie Dental. I agree. I wish Isom would not have disclosed that Dan wasn't going to make it. Chilling when Wendy said game changer. Absolutely. So you imagine... So say 3 hours and she had no clue if Dan was making it or not making it, she would have been in panic mode. Totally agree with you there. Isom should have said he's been shot and is in critical. 100%. You would have seen her friggin' crawling the walls. Because the minute she said game changer, I was like, oh. She thinks he's gone. And then when she got her phone back, she was on it constant. You could see her texting. Don't tell me one of those texts didn't go to Charlie, so he knew that Katie had to spend the night because they didn't know for sure if he was gone or not. Uh-oh. What is this? Cards for Uno cards. And the dumber person is Charlie or Catherine. They're all dumb. They're all dumb. Let me just see. Sorry. Oh, for Colonel Williams, absolutely. That guy was amazing. I don't know how he did that, because I'd want to just, well, like I said, I've actually looked in Colonel Williams' face, and it's nothing. It's blank. Friends and I were having dinner. He was there a couple times in the same restaurant. And every time I said, this guy gives me the creeps. Something's wrong with this guy. Was I right? That was way too close for comfort. How scary that must have been. It was petrifying. Like I said, we were on lockdown at a certain time. Women were not. The bars, anything like that on weekends was just covered with police. If you were a woman, you did not leave that place without somebody, or you got a police officer drove you home. It was bad. I can't believe she didn't take the deal they offered. It's mind-boggling. Isom should have said that he was that he is about to go into surgery and he's talking. Exactly. Can you imagine Wendy? She would have lost her shit. You must be right. He is that contrived about everything and thinks money will sort it. I think that it would have been more difficult for police to solve the crime if Katie didn't answer calls. The train call and analogy was a great description by Georgia. Yep. If they all would have dumped their original phones or like kept their original phones but never spoke to each other on the original phones, things like that, like these are some dumb ass criminals. I have to just call it out. I think Detective Isom is unfairly criticized. He was at ground zero trying to figure out what happened. No, 100%. I'm not criticizing Isom. I'm just saying if that little tidbit of information was not released to Wendy, I think you would have seen a completely different interview. Like Isom did what Isom, don't get into cop cars in Canada. They might take you on a straight tour to. Yeah. Well, hopefully they'll stop at a Tim Hortons. That's all I got to say. Isom had Wendy in the room talking for 5 hours. Meanwhile, Dan was at TMH dying and no one was with him. That's right, because Wendy, before that, erased all his family's numbers from the phone. They had to reach Phil through Facebook because they had no other way to reach them. Wendy hit the ground running in that interview. Absolutely. But no, I'm not criticizing Isom because, like I said, he drank a bit of Kool-Aid. And that's, he fell for the hysterics. And I'm not saying I wouldn't. I probably would have too. I'm not saying I wouldn't have. But the minute that he got off the Kool-Aid, I say, he put everything. He was the one that started to believe Jeffrey first. And as soon as Jeffrey was able to get through to him, I think everything started to click for Isom. What if he tells Wendy Dan is in surgery? Then Wendy clams up. You have no interview. But the thing is, Jibs, I don't think she clams up because she said when at one point when she asked if he was dead, she said, and he said no. She says, "Oh, that's a game changer," and she kept on going. I honestly don't think she would have clammed up. I think she's too much of a talker that can't shut her effing mouth. Have you heard of Neil Stonechild and what happened to him with the cops in Canada? Haven't heard anything. That's what I'm saying here in Canada. When there's criminals, things like that, it goes quiet. It goes right quiet. Like my case alone, and this is how bad it is. as the victim, I can say I'm a victim. That's fine. I cannot say anything regarding the case. I can't say anything like that. Now I say what he got because I'm making a point, and dare them come after me for saying it. But in Canada, the criminal has all rights, all the rights. I get a muzzle, and he has all the rights. A good thing he did was to keep her there. Yep, I agree. I'm not going against Isom because he worked really hard on this case. That's the only point that I'm stickler on. There was plenty of female detectives at TPD at the time to go into the room with Isom. I don't know, True, if that would have changed anything. I don't know, because we've seen how she was with the support worker. Oh, do you see? We look like sisters. We could be sisters. Ugh, give me a break. Do you remember when Isom asked if Dan owed any money? Wendy screams me, then screams no, not me. Yeah, that was great. Me. And he's like, you? Not me. Oh, I just want to hit her. I honestly do. I need a punching bag in my house, and I need to put one side's Wendy. Like, I need like a 4-sided one. Hello, Jane. Welcome back. Yes, Wendy leaked odd things. Owing money was one. When asked what good would it do, she responded, my brother Charlie. Yep. She threw their whole family. The cops took Stonechild out of town and took his coat and made him walk back. He died of hypothermia, and it came out that... I'm trying to I know I've heard of that. I just don't remember where it was. Oh, I'm telling you, the cops here are corrupt. I think there's one right now going up against our charges. He was picking up drunk women, R-ing, and then dropping them off some random places. It's corrupt. I think Isom did the right thing. Wendy's performance is very damning. He gave her free rein to make a fool of himself. Oh, saying it, I can see that, Ian. It's just my personal, I just wish he would have made her sweat, is what I'm trying to say. But Evelyn, you are right. Law enforcement do not have to be honest, but as a witness, victim, or suspect, we have to be. Yep. I can only speak for Ontario police. Now we have 3, but we have our city police, and then we have our OPP, which is Ontario Provincial Police, and then way up north we got our Royal Canadian Police. But like the Mounties, you might know them as the Mounties, but each division doesn't like the other division. So it's crazy. There's no working with each other. The only Native encounters I've ever had with the police were initiated by me. Yeah, Lori says, oh, you're Canadian. Me too. I'm in Alberta. So you even have, because I lived 5 years in good old Fort Mac. Drunk Indigenous people in Canada are fair game to the cops. Yep, absolutely. Very, very bad. Very, very bad. Like, we have a lot of missing Indigenous women, and nothing's ever done about it. Not a thing. All right, we went off the rails again, guys. Let's go back to Katie.
Loud and like that, and I mean, I started freaking out because my dog was in my backyard at that time, and he was just barking crazy. So I kind of like peeked out, and I don't know. I just saw like some movement in the backyard, but I didn't know.
Shut up. Ian, you know what? And again, you guys are probably right. All I said was, it's just, I wanted to see her sweat. So that's just my opinion. I do not take anything away from Isom. I just wanted to see the bitch sweat. The crazy train, I thought going off the rails was our thing. It is. I like the way you think. Yeah. Oh, so do I. Absolutely. And that's why I like our community, because we can discuss. And even though we might have a little different of opinion, we listen. We have to play their game with narcs. And that's so okay. And maybe that's why I'm coming at the way I'm coming at, because the person that I'm talking about has been classified as a narcissist and a sociopath. So I spent many years living under a narc and a sociopath. So I do that. Maybe that's why I'm thinking I would have liked to seen her sweat it out, because of all the damage they do to you. Like, it takes a lot to come out from underneath that cloud. And when you do, oh boy, it's beautiful. We know she's prone to impulsive truth telling, the way she gave Charlie's name up in the beginning of her police interview. Yeah. Oh, I can't wait. Can we just imagine what Wendy's trial is going to be like with Georgia? Georgia's going to unleash on that bitch. It's going to be amazing. She will sweat in her mom's trial when she gets arrested. Yeah, she will. As soon as Wendy started with her fake crying in the police station, I was on to her. Yeah, so was I, Lori. Right away. Don't ever be put in the situation to take the witness stand. Right? Absolutely.
Really know what was going on.
Okay. Did the
So-
person outside that was knocking identify themselves?
No, ma'am.
They didn't say, open the door, police?
No, ma'am.
Did they tell you why they wanted to talk to you?
No, ma'am.
Did you look through do you have a peephole?
I think I looked through like the kitchen window, and then I just saw like their shadow. It
So
was, like,
what did you see outside?
I looked through the kitchen window and then I hit the ground, and I crawled all the way to another room where there was no window so they couldn't see me. I could picture her doing that. I really could. So I have a question for the Americans in here. Do the FBI have to announce themselves when they're knocking on your door? I can't. Oh, absolutely. Like, so funny to hear. No, ma'am. This girl cussed like a sailor. Yeah. So, yeah, because I wasn't sure. Because maybe special forces or special police don't have to announce. So I wasn't sure. SWAT does as well. So I always thought she was lying here, but I never said anything about it because I wasn't sure. Never had the FBI knock at my door. That's a good thing, Sky. Hey, Donna. Welcome. Well, that's what I was thinking, Jibs. Like, yeah, you wouldn't want somebody there that's going to be blasting through the door. So, okay, so she is. I always thought Ian said something. What did he say? Ian's always got something funny to say. Oh, or Georgia will do that. FBI came over once. I had weed in plain sight. 20 I think that's 20 years ago, and they did not scare. Yeah, okay. So she is lying about that. But I was not sure. But I could see her hitting the ground and then just crawling, hiding in some closet or something, like a weasel she is. I've never been arrested or questioned even. I wouldn't be able to work in the courts if that happened. Right? But and then that takes me back to Carla Homolka. She was volunteering at the school.
Right.
Like 2 figures outside.
Were they dressed in uniform?
No, they're in civilian clothes.
Was there a marked police unit in front of your house?
No, there was actually no car in front of the house at that time. That's why I was like, who are these people?
So there are 2 men banging at your door.
Yes.
Do you call anyone?
Yes.
Who do you call?
Sigfredo?
That's right, Jim.
Okay. And that phone call was recorded.
Yes. I was calling his job.
You heard that phone call, right?
Yes.
Can you describe your demeanor at that time?
I was freaking out. I was just like, I'm by myself. There's 2 possibly males in the front. And then I was just kind of like looking through the back. My dog was going crazy. I was going to the front and like they are not saying anything, but they're just standing there.
So you just ignored them?
Yes.
You had any idea why the police was coming to talk to you?
No, ma'am.
Bullshit.
But Sigfredo comes home later that evening, right?
Yes.
What does he tell you about what happened to him at work?
Well, he actually told me over the phone.
What did he tell you?
When because finally, like one of his coworkers, I believe, picked up the phone and was like, oh, there's feds over here talking to him. I was like, the feds? Why are they talking to him?
Mm-hmm.
And then it was kind of like a back and forth finally. And then one of his coworkers, because then he had to hang up. I don't know if he had to go back and talk to them, but one of his coworkers came, picked up the phone, and then that's when I told him, I was like who's around my house? And he's like, oh, I'm gonna come by over there, because I'm like, there's 2 guys, possibly 2 guys, that's knocking at the door,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm by myself.
Okay. Did this person, to your knowledge, drive around?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember who this person was? I don't know if you said his name.
I can't think of the top of my head his name right now.
But was it one of Mr. Garcia's friends or your friend or?
His coworker.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when he kind of circled around your house, did he give you any information as to what he observed?
Yeah, he
What
said
did he
that
say?
there's probably like federal agents in an unmarked car, like outside, like not even outside of my door, but like probably a block down.
So they parked their car down the street
Yes.
and then walked up to your door.
Yes.
What, if you remember, what do you and Mr. Garcia talk about that night? Did you ask him, like, why are the feds coming to your job?
That night, well, because when I was already on the phone with him, he told me he didn't know.
Mhm.
But we were planning to go for my daughter's birthday to Disney, so.
As to what Mr. Garcia told her. What they talked about.
Let's sustain the objection.
You were planning to go where that weekend?
To Disney for my daughter's birthday,
Because your daughter's birthday was
May 30th,
and this was May.
25th. We got
there.
arrested May 25th.
Right. Did you know that this had anything to do with anything in Tallahassee?
I think he said on the phone, like they asked him about Tallahassee, and I was like, well, what about Tallahassee, Well, why would they ask you about Tallahassee, basically?
Now,
Why were they asking about Tallahassee? But why were they asking about Tallahassee, basically? What were you going to say there, chick? What were you going to say?
let's talk about his arrest.
Yes.
Okay. When Mr. Garcia was arrested, describe for the jury the media attention surrounding his arrest.
Well, apparently it was everywhere. It was on Facebook. So it was on Facebook. I believe it was on the news. I really kind of just shut down and didn't want to really hear about anything.
And there is a recording of you when he's arrested, right?
I think so.
And how do you sound on the phone when
Oh, when I was,
you found out he was arrested?
I was distraught.
Did you think at that time that Mr. Garcia had anything to do with the murder?
No,
At some point, is it very soon, are you privy to the warrant that was drafted for Mr. Garcia?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And it laid out basically the entire case
Yes,
against Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera,
yes.
right? Do you know if that warrant was leaked to the media? And were you able to view it online yourself?
Yes.
You're not arrested at this time.
No, ma'am.
Did you go and retain an attorney?
At that time, I retained an attorney for him.
Okay. Now, when did you find out that you were a suspect or somehow involved in this?
It was kind of like a back and forth. I think, when I retained his attorney, and then his attorney was kind of telling me, the situation. He's kind of like looking out kind of what's going on. And that's when he kind of like advised me that I might have to retain an attorney. And I told him, why do I have to retain an attorney?
Because you're guilty.
And, he kind of just gave me a little bit more facts. He's like, oh, well, wait, what's going to happen?
Sustained.
Why did you stop talking to most of your friends?
It was embarrassing.
Were people trying to reach out to you?
Oh, wow.
Everybody was trying to reach out to me.
And did you ignore most of them?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you come to find out that a warrant for you had been prepared and released to the media?
I can't give a specific date because all those dates are kind of meshing together.
But this was after Mr. Garcia was arrested.
After he was arrested, when did I find out a warrant was out for me?
Well, that there was this document that was,
Oh, yeah, because there's no warrant that was out for me. They just arrested me.
you remember when the probable cause affidavit for you and Charlie was
Oh,
released?
that
to the media?
19-page?
That 19-page
Yeah.
document?
Absolutely,
Yes.
Jibs.
But no one came and arrested you.
No,
But somehow it was out on the internet.
it was out everywhere, yes.
Okay. There is no question in your mind that the state thought you were a suspect in this.
Oh, they were making me a suspect.
All right. And you heard when they were talking about how you were packing up your stuff and leaving.
Yes, ma'am.
Describe for the jury what was going on in your mind and what was happening there.
When I was packing up the stuff, it's because I had to go for my daughter's birthday to Orlando. So I was already packing up. I kind of had pre-packed clothes already for, the whole weekend stay that we had.
Were you also scared to stay in that house after Mr. Garcia was arrested?
Yes.
Where did you move or go and stay with?
Well, actually, my brother advised me that my family didn't feel comfortable for me to live there by myself with the kids and with everything that was going on, how he got arrested.
You didn't flee the country.
No, I did not.
Blame it on
You
her
went to your brother's house in Broward.
Yes.
Can you get a good stopping point, Mr. Wise? The jury's right about due for a break. Is it?
Oh, yes, Judge, I was agreeing.
You're,
Yeah, I'll
you're
get that.
sweet,
All
Jibs.
right, we'll take 10 minutes. Either side, need
No, sir.
All right, 10 minutes.
We did it. We made it through 2 of Katie. 2 more to go, people. We did it. Even with us going off the rails. I will never be able to figure out why she turned that down. I believe so. When she starts getting crossed by Sarah Dugan, you can literally see it in her face at a certain point, like, oh shit. because she constantly keeps looking over at her lawyer, looking at her lawyer, looking at her lawyer. And it's like, yeah, too late to take that deal. Too late. She does Sky nervous as ever. Like, you didn't miss out, Evelyn. It's fine. Honestly, she lies, she lies, she lies, and she lies some more, and then she gets convicted. That's how you break down Katie. But it's really, because in her next one is like, so in her retrial, it's even worse. Her retrial's even worse. And welcome back, X. Trying to see if anyone else is. Oh. Did I lose everyone? So I don't know. Yeah, because Sarah Dugan's is like an hour, I believe. Oh no, we might as well finish part 3 because it's only small. It's only like 20. Part 3 is only like 21 minutes. Do you want to finish that off? Then we've got part 4 and 5, which is Sarah Dugan tomorrow. No, it doesn't mean that, Lee. It's just only a few words at a time and text. It just really. Okay, so yeah, because the rest of this one's only like 21 minutes. And like I said, Sarah Dugan's is 4 and 5. So that's another hour and 20 minutes. As many as there's no amount that you can or cannot, Lee. It's just when it's just back like this all the way down. It's really hard for other people to see what's going on in the chat. That's all. Walls of text are hard to address. Exactly. That's what you're the man, Ian. You're the man. Oh my gosh, Ian. 2 per stream. Oh, he's joking. Yeah, spamming the chat is bad because nobody can. You can't have the conversation. So, all right, let me just do this because it is only 20 minutes, so we might as well get it over with. That way tomorrow we can do Sarah Dugan's and then move on to round 2 of Katie. I was going to be doing the phone calls, but there's a few other creators right now doing all the phone calls, so it just doesn't make sense. It's too much repetition. No, you can, Lee, everything you've been doing tonight is perfectly fine. Don't even worry about it. It's just, it was being pointed out to another person that spamming, like just constant, bam, 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 bam. It's too hard to have a conversation. No, Ian was joking with you. Ian was joking.
Seated, please. You may continue, Ms. Boss.
Thank you. Miss Magbanua, where were you born?
In the Philippines.
When did you move to the United States?
I was around 7, probably 6, 7 years old.
So do you still have family in the Philippines?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you needed to flee the country, you'd have somewhere to go, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Night, Lori. Welcome.
Now-
Thank you for coming in.
When that warrant was released for you, but not executed because you weren't arrested, they laid out in there that your phone had been tapped, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go and change your phone number?
No.
Did you continue using that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
When was the last time you saw that phone?
When was the last time I saw that phone or phone number?
Well, phone number, because you haven't changed the number, right?
At that time, I don't believe so.
Did you have that phone on you?
Speaking of such, unless you're Bubba, in which you hijacked the whole stream. Yes, he did. So, speaking of such, I had a message sent to me from Mr. Bubba. And he has asked me if I would allow him to come on the stream and do an interview with him so he can put out his side of the story. Shrimp stew. I always thought it'd be funny if Shrimp actually turned out to be Wendy. That would have been great. Yeah, so he did reach out. I told him he had to email me what he would like to discuss because I am going in prepared, but sent me an absolute novel as well. Oh, yep. But he hasn't reached back, so I knew it was just, but yeah, he did ask if he could come on. And I was considering of just doing a pre-recording or just bring him on, but I thought, you know what? If you're willing to put yourself out there, you are so right. Rah, Wendy, rah, you know, the Adelsons, then you should really have to face the chat. You should have to own your stuff and face the chat, or be the coward that you are and hide behind a logo like that. But I'm shocked that it reached out to me because the fact is, right? I called him Rash Bomb. I called him Wendy. I called him Jane. You know, one of us has not smashed the like button. Prove it. It's not you. Wendy, hit that like. Yeah. And I seen Matrix Shrimp Stew. That's great. You're right, Endo. What were the basics of these Bubba comments? His big one to me was the rental for the Prius was on the 15th and was supposed to be back on the 17th. So the hit was supposed to be done on the 16th. And he just kept going on and on and on about this is his big thing. And he's going to be writing a book on how Wendy's innocent. Oh my God. It's just something else. Yeah. There's a whole video of his comments on this channel. Yep. There is. It was before I think I only had 10 subs. And then he came in, I was doing a live and he came in, and then all of a sudden, you know how I can get taken off the rails. So, and then he was making me angry. So I was like, oh. He made me angry, Ian. I just couldn't take it. It was just too much. It was just too much. But the whole rental car is his big thing. And then he's got proof of, I think there was something about proof of absolute proof how Wendy is innocent in this whole thing, and how he's predicted so many people that are innocent or guilty, and his record is, oh, it's just, it's out there. Absolutely. That's all it was. That's all it was. But it was, I got it the other day, and I was like, I wonder if he should face the firing squad. I was like, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure he's lurked in all of them because he leaves a message every night. So Bubba, if you're out there, put up or shut up, man or woman. Put up or shut up. That's all I have to say. Yeah, it doesn't sound like there's much to talk about with that guy. No, honestly, Metrics, there isn't. It's just, it's almost comical, really, how he thinks that he can, it's just comical. That's why I say put up or shut up. Like, if you want to come with your receipts, let's put the receipts together and see who comes out on top. So I told him, I said, when Wendy gets convicted, are you still going to go on about how she's innocent? He's like, oh, I'm going to write a book. I said, all right. Are you going to get Wendy to self-publish it? Is Wendy your publisher? What's the video called? Crime for Matrix. It's my first Wendy Adelson interview. The first one that I was, yeah. The guy's a nut bar. Seriously. When I called him Daniel Rashbaum, he's like, I'm not Daniel. I said, oh, okay, it's Wendy then. I'm not Wendy. Oh, okay, you're one of the flying monkeys. You're Jane. Oh, you're Honeycutt. No, he didn't care. But off the rails. That's right, Ian. We're known for off the rails. Okay, let's get this last bit of sweet cheeks here done.
When you were arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the last time you saw that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
The police have it in their custody?
Yes, ma'am.
You also, after Sigfredo was arrested, you went and got a burner phone.
Yes, ma'am.
What's a burner phone?
I wrote it down, Sky.
Well, I just kind of learned about it right now, but having another, like a phone where you can just throw away.
Is it prepaid?
Yes.
So it's not really directly linked to you in any way?
Yes.
All right. Why did you do that?
Well, when Sigfredo got arrested, right after that, I believe, yeah, that's when he got one for himself and he got one for me.
So who bought you that phone?
Sigfredo.
We all do.
But you continued using your phone?
Yes.
Were you out of custody when a special by 2020
Right,
with ABC was released?
Oh,
Yes, I was still out.
You were still out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were able to watch it.
Yes, I saw it.
And it was very clear that they considered you to be involved in this, right?
Well, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about the day that you were arrested. October 1st, 2016. That was 3 years ago, almost to the day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Very clearly?
Clear as day.
it's the only day she remembers.
Where did you go that morning?
Well, that morning, my daughter actually had a ballet recital. So,
Ask another question. Just a second.
Were you with your kids that morning?
yes, ma'am.
Were
Well,
you driving?
with my daughter.
Were
Thank
you
God.
driving?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, and I'm interrupting you. Go ahead.
Thank God that my son wanted to stay with my mom.
Were you driving the Lexus that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get pulled over by the Broward Sheriff's Office?
I was in a shopping plaza.
Did you still have the kids or had you dropped them off?
My daughter, it was actually a shopping plaza next to Sigfredo's sister's apartment. I grabbed some food for all of them. So I dropped it off with my daughter, and my daughter wanted to stay there and so she could play with her cousins. And then I had to do some errands, so I went to that plaza to go look for clothes for them.
How did you know that the police wanted to interact with you?
How did I know?
Describe your arrest, how you got pulled over.
There was actually, I was leaving the plaza already, and there was a little bit of congestion in the, like, one part where everybody's exits. And I was actually looking around like, oh my God, something's happening or whatever. But then I had guns drawn in front of me, and like, I didn't even park the car because I was just like, I didn't know if it was for me or somebody around me. So I put my hands up because at that time too, there was a lot of things going on in the news about people getting shot.
Okay. You didn't have a firearm on you?
No, ma'am.
You do own a firearm, or did back then, right?
Yes, I did.
And you're not a convicted felon,
No, ma'am.
so you're allowed to own a firearm,
Yes, ma'am.
but it wasn't in the.
Oh, Ian, I love you. I seriously do. The little laugh that she's done a couple times. I think Katie's actually more of a meathead than June. Oh, that is brilliant. Two moldy stacks for you.
in the car.
No, ma'am.
So put your hands up. How many guns were pointed at you?
I can't even count. It was just in every direction.
Okay. Did you know that they had been following you?
No, ma'am.
Oh.
And had they been following you, they would have seen that you just dropped off your kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Because they were following you.
What happened to you in the car when you saw all those guns?
A Charlie thing.
Well, the car was kind of still going because, like I freaked out and I kind of let go of like the gas and the brake, and then I put it on park. They told me like, put it on park. And then I was like, okay, hold on. And then I put it on park. They got me out. And then I believe it was Isom that like ran up to me and was just like, are you being arrested?
Okay. Now, I know you recognize Isom now.
Yeah,
I've seen him several times. Was Agent Sanford there? You remember him testifying?
I believe so. He was there too.
And you were immediately taken into custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they identify themselves as being with the Tallahassee Police Department?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And you were then taken to what jail?
I was taken to Broward.
Okay. Since the date of your arrest, you know what the state's theory is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's sad.
Describe to me any random day for you in the past 3 years. What happens when you wake up in the morning?
Objection, relevance.
Really?
Ask your question again. Don't answer the question till I rule. Ask your question again.
Describe a day of being in custody to the jury.
I sustain the objection.
You've been in custody this entire time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So a day, I wake up, maybe 3:30, 4:30, I get my breakfast tray. Then, us girls, we get together and we braid each other's hair. And then we might play a few things of cards, or we might play some checkers. And then, then it's probably supper time and they bring us a new tray. Like, what was that question for? Explain your day, a normal day of him being incarcerated. I'm in jail, you stupid twat. Wendy must be nerve-wracked every single day. I would hope. And I said a bad word. I'm sorry. This judge died since this trial. Glad she was convicted the second round. Yeah, he was a really good judge. He didn't put up with crap. This judge is icy. Ask your question again. Request denied. I'm going to give you a little bit of hope, and then I'm like, denied. I like him.
Are you aware that the government wants Charlie Adelson?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Were you aware that the government has said that you have the key to your own freedom?
Objection, Judge, your prior ruling.
Don't answer the question. Ask your question. Don't answer,
I'm
please.
gonna ask for a sidebar for
Okay.
for this question.
All right.
Cracked me up when Charlie said if you had kids with you, your kids would need to wear Velcro shoes all the way through high school. Yeah, I remember that. Oh. Hankinson does not take any BS from defense. No, he doesn't. I like there earlier, he reminded them, we are running out of time. Let's go. Was the used Lexus and boob job worth it? Really? Right? Was it worth it? Was it worth a good man's life? Like these people that put a price tag on somebody's life, I just don't get it. I just don't.
There are televisions in jail, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were privy to several news reports on this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were aware that the government's position was that you saw a news report where they said that you hold the key to your own freedom. Remember
ma'am.
that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What did that mean
It
to
was
you?
brilliant.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
That it's up to me to get out of jail.
Okay, and how
Tell
would
the
you do
truth
that?
and take the deal, you stupid
If I
bitch.
gave up Charlie,
Do you have information that Charlie Adelson was involved in this?
do I have information? I mean, based on everything that we've been seeing, but I don't have personal information.
Right?
Based on everything you've seen, do you think Charlie was involved in this?
Yes,
Do you think Charlie was lying to you?
yes.
And the last time you saw your kids was when?
That's not relevant. Anything further, Ms. Watts?
Are you innocent?
Yes.
No further questions at this time.
Garcia?
Tells little bits here and there, but nothing. She still minimizes her part in it.
Good afternoon, Ms. Magbanua.
Good afternoon.
You talked about an incident where my client pulled out behind a vehicle that Charlie Adelson was driving, leaving was it a house or an apartment?
Yeah, an apartment.
Do you recall what day that was?
Yeah.
Does July 1st,
Yes.
2014 sound about right?
Yes, sir.
And you've been sitting in this trial the whole time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right over there by Ms. Coas and Mr. DeCoste,
Absolutely,
correct?
Yes,
Sky.
sir.
You also heard the government indicate that on a day that my client, Secreto Garcia, called Harvey.
Call
Adelson.
it.
Is that correct?
Yes,
I
sir.
do.
And that was on the same day, July 1st, 2014, correct?
I'm not quite sure, but I believe.
That's
I
so
think it
weird.
is.
So if it was that day, that would coincide on the same day that my client pulled out and tried to stop Charlie Adelson from leaving the home that you're at with you, correct?
Yes.
And you described my client as being upset during this interaction, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you sat here and you heard Luis Rivera testify too, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you know who Luis Rivera is, right?
Yes, sir.
And he indicated that there was a time where he was in the car with my client. They drove up to a restaurant in Brickell. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rivera testified to that in this trial.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
And Mr. Rivera testified that my client saw you and Charlie Adelson having lunch, right?
Weird to me.
Yeah, yes, sir. I believe like an early dinner.
You were at a restaurant eating, correct?
Mhm.
And Mr. Rivera testified that my client indicated that he wanted to run over Mr. Adelson, correct? You recall him?
Rivera testified that, yeah.
That would've
my
been
client wanted
funny.
to run over Charlie Adelson,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Now, that was before the July 1st incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that those two instances are a accurate reflection of my client's feelings on Charlie Edelson?
Yes, sir.
That's really
Didn't
nice
like it.
guy.
At all.
Didn't like the fact that you were in a relationship with him,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yeah.
You'll agree with me that Mr. Adelson knew who my client was, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's evidenced by the fact that there's been a text message correspondence that your own attorneys have shown where you asked Adelson if my client called, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did this because you were concerned about my client maybe hurting Charlie Edelson,
Yes, sir.
or I guess at the minimum cussing him out or saying certain ugly things to him. Would
Yes.
that be fair?
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Adelson in the text message says something about he wants to take me deep sea fishing, correct?
Yes, sir.
That doesn't mean that they were going to go on a friendly fishing trip together, right?
No.
Did Mr. Adelson ever do illicit drugs in front of you?
Did Mr. Adelson?
Correct.
Yes.
Were you aware of, let me phrase it this way. Did you know if Charlie Adelson took steroids?
I wasn't aware,
I'm
but
not that
Did you have any
huge.
suspicions?
yes.
And would it be fair to say that Charlie Adelson wasn't a drug dealer, right? He wasn't a drug
He
dealer.
was, no.
He was a dentist,
Yes.
but he was able to obtain drugs, right?
Yes.
Now, Luis Rivera was a drug dealer, correct?
Yes.
You knew this.
Yes.
He even testified to it in open court that he sold drugs.
Yes.
I just
Were
don't
you-
get this.
Were you friendly with Jessica Rodriguez when Luis Rivera got indicted?
When he got, yes.
And were you friendly with Jessica Rodriguez during the time that you knew Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And you would mention, I
Right.
think you mentioned to Jessica Rodriguez about you meeting Charlie, right?
Yeah. Like I mentioned his name to her.
You heard Luis
Yes.
Rivera describe himself in court as a jack boy, correct?
Yes.
And that means that he's someone that robs people, correct?
Yes.
Robs people at gunpoint, presumably,
Yes.
correct? Now, you knew that Luis Rivera owned a firearm, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew that he was a member of the Latin Kings.
Yes.
You also knew he was a high-ranking official of the Latin Kings.
Yes.
That's something he was very proud of, correct?
Yes.
He even has a huge tattoo of his gang membership on his stomach, correct? It's not a fake tattoo, it's a permanent tattoo, correct?
Yeah, it's permanent.
Exactly, Sky. Exactly.
You got back together with my client in May of 2015. Is that a rough assessment of when you guys got back together?
Did you?
Yes. Yes.
She proved
And
that.
you'll agree with me that from maybe New Year's Eve or late 2013, that's when you broke up with my client, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so from
Before that.
before that?
Yeah, before New Year's Eve of 2013.
Right, late 2013, not on the last day.
No, no, no.
Okay. So from 2014 to 2015, you guys were not together, correct? So until May of 2015. And it was your testimony that, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, no, no,
Is
it's
that
okay.
correct?
I just wanted to respond for her.
And then from July of 2014 until May of 2015, when you guys rekindled the relationship, my client was actively pursuing you to get back together. Is that
Yes.
correct? And you'll also agree with me that there was portions of your relationship with Mr. Adelson that continued after you got together with my client, correct?
Yes.
And when my client found out that you had been talking to Mr. Adelson,
Same
Charlie
here,
Adelson,
yeah.
not Harvey, Charlie Adelson, that he became very upset, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's indicative of one of the phone calls that was played for the jury, right?
Yes, sir.
And that phone call was 8 in the morning?
It was fairly early, yes.
Now, you're aware that, well, would this be safe to say that my client had multiple phones throughout the portion of your relationship with him?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Would it also be fair to say that Louis Rivera had multiple phones?
Yes.
You'd always see Louis with at least 2 phones, correct?
Yes.
And did you know if Louis had one of his phones for his family and friends and the other ones for his drug dealing and robbing and all the other illicit crimes that he was
I
committing?
would think that that's how it would happen. Yes.
The day before my client was arrested, the federal agents went to his work, correct?
Yes.
When he got home that night, did he pack his bags and attempt to flee?
No.
This trip that you
Right.
guys had was a pre-planned vacation for your family?
Yes.
Had you packed up your furniture in the house to
No.
leave?
No.
Just like an overnight bag for the weekend with your children?
Yes. Mm-hmm. I've been making reservations like a couple of days before that, so
Before the
I don't
agents came to talk to
understand
Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Sigfredo's lawyer. I don't.
You heard the government talk about certain vehicles that my client purchased after this incident.
yes, sir.
Do you know how much Sigfredo paid at Monte Carlo? No.
Basically nothing. Next to nothing.
Would you consider that to be an extravagant purchase?
No.
I've had enough.
You were in court when Louis Rivera testified to how much money he would make off of these rips that he did, correct?
Yes, sir.
He said, between $10,000 and $20,000 per rip.
Yes.
So what he does during these rips, I'm sorry, these robberies, is he targets drug dealers, right?
Yes, sir.
And he goes to a drug dealer's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
With a gun, probably.
Yes, sir.
And he goes in and he steals their money, right?
Yes, sir.
And their drugs, correct?
He's just horrible.
And he was known to do this, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did Louis Rivera have a reputation in the community for being a violent person?
Yes.
Were people afraid of Louis Rivera?
Yes.
He's. Would you be okay with your lawyer doing this? I sure as hell wouldn't.
You've known Sigfredo over a decade,
Yes.
talked to him a lot.
Yes, sir.
Did Sigfredo Garcia ever do anything to help Charlie Adelson?
Never.
I think we'll go ahead and take a lunch break now. I don't think the state's going to finish their cross in 20 minutes. So it'll just seem to do it all at once. So let's be back and ready to go at 1 o'clock, please. Either side need anything?
Yes, sir.
Not that. All right, there. All right. Yeah, have a good lunch. See you at 1 o'clock.
And we did it. Oh, the next part is the best because Sarah Dugan does such a great job with Katie. I hate to say this, but Sigfredo's lawyer can't fight the mountain of evidence. No, but it's almost like, I don't know. Do you guys think that Sigfredo was like, don't go after her? because you've pointed out that your client is got drug issues. You pointed out that people around town think your client's violent. Like, I'm wondering if maybe Sigfredo said, don't go after her. But yeah, there was too much evidence. But I would have, if anything, I would have just said, no, I didn't want to cross her. I'd just say, no, we have nothing to say to this witness. That's probably what would have been better. Instead, no, you point out that everybody thinks your client's a mean, evil person. Doesn't make sense. Sorry, I had to time out somebody because it was just getting too much. I couldn't see what people were talking about. I don't like doing that, but it was on my nerves a little bit. Oh, that's why. Scribbler sort of should have taken a deal. Did they offer Tudo a deal? You know, Tudo, taco, burrito. No, I don't believe so. I don't think what Sigfredo said or says matters much. He was the trigger man, and in my world, his neck would have gotten stretched. Absolutely, but you would think he wouldn't have been using Katie to prove how violent his client was. That was my only opinion. Like, why even do it? Why not just say we don't have anything for this witness? Like, his lawyer could have approached the DA. Could have. Do you think, Jibs, they would have gave him anything? Sarah is the secret weapon to cross-examination to take down Wendy. No. No. Okay. Let me say this. Sarah Dugan is an awesome lawyer, and yes, she could do it. 100%. There is nobody I want to see take down Wendy more than Georgia. Because Georgia's had to go at her all these trials, and I want to see Georgia unleash on Wendy. So I'm not saying Sarah couldn't do it, because Sarah is an amazing lawyer. I'm just saying Georgia's got some pent-up anger there, and it's going to come out. Sigfredo's appeal lawyer tells him to try to get a deal. Try it, yeah. But his appeal's been denied now, as far as I've seen. There are no deals for anyone named Adelson. There might have been. In regards to the timeout, I wanted to do it earlier. She was warned. Maybe email the mods some guidelines. Yeah, I will. I had to, guys, because it was just constant. I couldn't. I tried to, right before I did it, I tried to click on Mrs. Sky, and then it was just too fast. Like, it was one after another. Hey, Young, welcome. I agree. Georgia knows the right questions to ask Wendy. And I think Georgia will all. It's going to be a standing ovation. It's going to be a standing ovation for Georgia. I absolutely believe that. Yeah, I will. I'll let you know. Like, it's just, that was just too much. Like, I was trying to read Jibs, and I just couldn't. So I just thought, you know what? It's not the first time I put her in a timeout. I put her in timeout on a stream before too. So she come back. I have nothing against her. I just needed a break. But so earlier on in the stream, I read the letter that now makes me believe absolutely 100% they're not changing the courtroom, which is going to be 3G. which I'm so excited because Donna didn't get her way. Oh, there's B Rabbit. Georgia appears to be very strategic and disciplined. It's admirable. Absolutely. But that's what I mean. Like, I mean, B Rabbit, when it comes down to Wendy's trial, where she doesn't have to hold back anything because she's afraid that she won't be able to use it later. Oh, it's going to be poetic. I'm lost. Who got a timeout? Evelyn. Because I don't want to tell you and fail you again. Do you know how bad I always feel failing someone? Who'd you fail? You didn't fail us, Jamie. Georgia will get Wendy without Kate, evil woman. Oh yeah, she don't need Katie to, unless Katie's got some juicy stuff she's not letting out. Hey, Karen. Well, that's not bad. I don't know how these other streamers do lives and they only do it for an hour. I can't do it. I don't know how. I don't know how. I'm like, how did they manage to do that? Oh. I just want to thank everybody. Absolutely. It means a lot to me when you guys join me in lives. I truly do appreciate it. I think it was Carl Steinbach who said that Sarah would throw Wendy off her game. Yep. I think it, and he's right. She would, because she's more, I don't want to say mellow, but she comes across more mellow. But even that being said, I want Georgia to take Wendy down. I didn't type that last part to you. Sorry. I'm working on two things. So sorry, Georgia. And the snarky was the part. Oh, okay. I was like, who did you fail? No, she needs that moment, I would say. Cryotic. Cryptic. How the hell? Yes, please stop spamming the chat, Evelyn. If you have something to say, put it in one chat and don't spam it, please. We would definitely appreciate that. Purple Smurf. Welcome. Everyone was just the appetizer for Georgia. Wendy's the main course. Absolutely. You're speaking my language now. I try, but I can't say the full sentence. How did she get off that? I don't know if I agree with Carl. It depends on the jury, because when Sarah came hard at Katie, a juror got offended. No, you're absolutely. Again, you're right. It comes down to reading the jury. It just comes down to that. Even Laurel won't be able to help her. No, I don't think he's got a hope and prayer. I'm not saying he's not a good lawyer or anything like that. It's just got a bad. Okay, well. Really just want to. Let's just do it. Purple Smurf, thanks for joining our chat. I would say, when you think that Laurel's going to get a sniff of what's going on, obviously, or he already has, do you not think he's probably trying to get some kind of deal for her? I don't see a deal being given to her. Jib and Jabs, they are both so understated, and they work very well together. Yes, they work amazing together. Double whammy. She's a poor thing, bless her heart. I will take her off of it later, but I can't right now. I really enjoy our chats. I really enjoy our chat room. I enjoy everybody's opinions and everything like that. So when it's really hard, when it's just going, and I can't see, because everyone in here is very knowledgeable on this case, and everybody has good, even if there's sometimes we've seen it where some people don't agree with other people, but it's always we get to talk about it, and I enjoy that so much. I just do. I enjoy, like, Jibs always has good, everybody, Ian, like, I just love Ian. I do. Especially when he was in Matrix. Or no, yeah, it was Matrix. Metrics, Rochelle. Metrics. And he asked about the ketchup. I almost fell off the couch. I was loving that so much. I'm like, there's the coffee crew asking about the ketchup. Yes, Patricia, and you. Everybody, like, we have such a good community here, and we always welcome other people. And most of the time, it's good, but it's just too much of the walling the chat off. It's like, oh my goodness. I just can't do it. She probably unsubscribed, but that's okay. Mentor lawyer had a juror on that. That's what she said. I didn't see the big deal, but she was offended. She was offended. I wonder, Jibs, if that was the lady that was pregnant. Then if that's the one that actually couldn't vote guilty. Trisha Burns, you are an addition to any chat. Absolutely. Because if that was that juror, Jibs, then, you know, there's so much you could figure in that one, like hormonal, all that. Oh boy, we're going off the rails now. But if your name's not down, you're not coming in. Them's the rules. At least it wasn't an Anchor's juror. Yeah. Yes, that's what the juror. Yes, that was that juror. Yeah. I wonder, I would love to speak to her, and if she wasn't pregnant, if she wasn't hormonal, and listen, I've had a child, I understand, if she might have looked at that differently now. That's our thing. Guest juror proved wrong with Katie's admission she lied. Yeah, I would like to see if her looking back now that she doesn't have all that going on, if her view is different. Be a neat perspective just to see, right? But I totally believe that she voted not to convict her because of the fact they're convicting the father, life in prison. She's got 2 kids. She couldn't bring herself to convict the mother. That'll be taken note of for picking jurors for future trials. No pregnant ladies. Well, I think it might have been different if they weren't have both parents up for life at the same time, right? Might have been different. Did you see Robert Tellis' wife today? Same person? Oh, really? Yeah, right. Maybe in the face of the outcome, she would think that differently. When you're a juror, you do not read all the media stories, right? And I just think that the look, right, of having the mom and the dad and these kids would be parentless. I think that's, she made some good points, like not having Jessica Rodriguez testify. Yes, that would have been a good one. So do you think they'll nab Wendy on her way out after testifying? That's my opinion. That's my opinion, Purple. I know people disagree with me, and I do not care when they nab Wendy. I just think they need to do it very soon after Donna's conviction. I didn't see it. I'll have to check it out. Robert Tellis, aka the Hood. Yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling it's going to be done at least before she leaves Tallahassee. Like I said, wouldn't that be something if Donna leaves for the day for court, taken back to the jail, just to find out there's a new resident and her name's Wendy Adelson. Sorry, I meant bringing in Jessica Rodriguez to testify. Oh, that's what I read. That's what I understood it to be, Jim. So before she runs, yep. I don't think she'll run, though. My opinion, she won't run. There's too many eyes on her. If she runs, she's going to have to be very clever about it. But I honestly think it's before she leaves Tallahassee. And it was quite interesting when Patty said she thinks it might be at the airport. Wouldn't that be something? Mom and daughter at the airport, caught them both. Prepared for the Twilight Zone, Tellis' current and ex-wives, both whom cheated on, both testified for mitigation day. I seen that. That's insane. These people have no idea. What's the world coming to, people? What's it coming to? I hope the FBI are watching Winnie, because I have a suspicion she's getting the false papers and disguise is ready. Vanished before the trial. She's got less than 3 weeks. Oh, she'd be stupid to do that. Really stupid. We see the standings next to Putin at a ski resort next week. Nah, she's not going nowhere. No. That is hilarious, so young. I just want to see Donna sleeved up with tattoos along with some flame neck tattoos. Yep. It was the in that show Orange is the New Black, the lady, her name was Red. She was like the boss. Can you imagine? That could be Donna someday. Tellis' wife doesn't realize she dodged a bullet. Absolutely. That is a great visual. Take 2 moldy stacks of petty cash. That's it. Red. Thank you, Jamie. That could be Donna someday. Has zero self-esteem or common sense. Just wonder if that's from all the manipulation, though, Jane. You know, can do a lot to you. Especially when you got no self-esteem. He framed his wife. He used her car. Sky Troop. Like after Donna trying it, there's no way Wendy could get away with the same thing. I mean, I guess there's less than zero possibility that she could. Well, she does the teardrop. Donna, aka Queenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. That's a good one. Maybe try to cross the Canadian border. would be easier than trying to fly out. I don't know. It would be incredible. I'm telling you guys right now, you get any word that Miss Wendy Adelson's crossing any of my borders, I will make sure I'm waiting there for her. And the cornrows. We get any drift that she's going to try to come through these Canadian borders, I'll stand on the Canadian side just waiting for her to cross. She'll be sorry she tried to come to Canada. Gotta go translate for the... Oh, Ian, you're killing me. The paella chef. Catch you on the next one. Bye, Ian. The cornrows earned 2 moldy stacks of petty cash. We're going to run out of petty cash, Sky. Oh, guys. All right. Well, we've been on here for 5 hours tonight. So we're going to call that an evening. We'll be on tomorrow night to do the rest of Miss Thang, Sweet, or was it Special K? That being said, I want to wish everybody a good evening. Thank you for joining. It's been a blast. I love all of our crew here. Remember, it's all about Dan. It's all about those boys. It's about the Markels, Ruth, Phil. Right on. See, I'm glad I caught the end. I'm glad you did too, Young. Thanks, Patricia. Thanks, Ware. Let's keep those 2 boys in our minds. And we've got, so what is it? Today is the 29th. So 19 days. Oh, actually, no. If we think, because the 12th they're doing the hearing, which I will be doing, and it's I believe it's at 9 o'clock in the morning. So I will be following that, but we have 19 days till Donna Sue Adelson stands trial. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you all for participating in chat, and for all the lurkers, thank you as well. That's right. All the lurkers, next time, get yourselves in chat. We won't bite. Night, everyone. Thank you. See you tomorrow night.